There are forces acting on your energy field right now that you cannot see. But they're influencing you, your thoughts, your sleep, your moods, your decisions. Every day you're exposed to invisible influences that don't come from you, don't belong to you, and often don't benefit you. But they're affecting you deeply. And most people are completely unaware of it. They go to bed wondering why they feel drained. They lash out emotionally and chalk it up to stress. They walk into a room and suddenly feel off, without knowing what just entered their energetic space. This is not a metaphor. This is energetic reality. And you've probably been told that your energy is yours, that you're in control of it. But control without awareness is an illusion. That's where quantum protection begins. This series is not about theory. It's about skills. It's about understanding what's actually interacting with your field. And it's about learning to stand in a world of energetic chaos. Not just surviving it, but mastering your presence within it. We live in a multidimensional environment. That means your physical body exists in one realm. Your energy field, your memories, your soul contracts, your past life echoes, your digital trail, your dreams. They all extend into others. And if your field touches all these realms, then what happens in one bleeds into the others. Your argument with a coworker doesn't end at the office. It echoes into your dreamscape, your thoughts, your behavior the next day. That one headline you read online that made your stomach clench? It just embedded a fragment of energetic noise into your subconscious. That one person from 10 years ago who you haven't spoken to, but keep thinking about. You might still be connected, not emotionally, quantumly. This is the nature of an entangled universe. And if the universe is entangled, so is your energy. This is why energy hygiene is no longer a spiritual luxury. It's a psychological, emotional, and even physical imperative. And yet, it's the most overlooked form of self-care in modern life. We clean our hands. We brush our teeth. We shower daily. But we walk around with cluttered energy fields, leaking life force, hosting attachments, absorbing collective pain, and we call it normal. It's not normal, and it's not necessary. Through this 50-part experience, you're going to learn what's really influencing your energy and how to recognize it, how to seal your field, clear your aura, and remove psychic debris, how to establish energetic sovereignty, even in emotionally volatile spaces, how to distinguish between a low mood and an energetic intrusion, how to shield yourself quantumly using intention, geometry, elemental allies, and advanced visualization, how to identify leaks, agreements, or soul contracts that keep you bound to energy that isn't aligned with you anymore, how to protect yourself not just spiritually, but digitally, socially, relationally, and multidimensionally. This isn't protection from fear. This is protection through power. This series doesn't assume you're a victim of your environment. It shows you how to become a sovereign authority within it. You'll understand how to tune your field, clean it, shield it, and ultimately elevate it so that your very presence becomes its own defense. But before we build the shield, before we discuss intention-based defense, and before we activate advanced protocols, there's one essential truth we have to confront. You're being affected right now. You might feel foggy, tired, on edge for no reason, emotionally vulnerable even after rest. What if that's not coming from you? What if you've been picking up and carrying invisible clutter that isn't your responsibility? That's what this first chapter will clarify, what this war is, why it matters, and how to recognize you're already in it. Let's begin. This isn't new. What's new is how many people are now waking up to it. Energy hygiene is not about being spiritual. It's about being clear in a world designed to confuse, distract, drain, and entangle. We've normalized energetic overwhelm. We've pathologized what are often symptoms of spiritual intrusion. We've medicalized psychic weight without acknowledging its true origin. This is not a denial of mental health or physical health. This is a call to expand the map. Because if the map doesn't include the quantum layer, then we're missing the largest portion of what's happening to people, especially highly sensitive ones. Let's get something straight. Your energy body is real. It may not be visible to the naked eye, but it interacts with you constantly. It holds memory. It transmits vibration. It stores emotional residue. It absorbs, reflects, attracts, and projects. It is not secondary to your health. It is primary. Yet, almost no one is trained in how to clean it. We teach people how to wash their hands. We don't teach them how to clear psychic sludge after sitting on public transport or scrolling through an emotionally charged feed. We teach them to disinfect surfaces. We don't teach them how to purify their aura after a workplace confrontation or a night of traumatic dreaming. That's the gap. And in that gap, all kinds of unseen influences slip through. Energetic parasites don't look like monsters. They feel like fatigue. They feel like apathy. They feel like confusion about decisions you were clear on the day before. They rarely announce themselves. They work through suggestion, emotional hijack, and silent influence. And without knowing how to scan and clean your energy field, you might think these moods, thoughts, or sensations are your own. This is where people lose agency, not because they're weak, but because they were never taught that their own energetic field needs attention, maintenance, and protection just like any other system of the body. Energy hygiene means learning to treat your energy like a living ecosystem. Would you ignore a wound on your skin? Then why ignore an energetic tear that's leaking your emotional life force? Would you keep drinking dirty water if you knew it was full of parasites? Then why continue consuming emotional content, relationships, or news that leave you feeling violated, anxious, and psychically exhausted? This is the invisible war, a constant exchange of frequency, intention, and unconscious influence moving through us daily. And we're not powerless in it. We simply need to become fluent in the language of energy so we can start making conscious choices in an unconscious environment. Think of your daily life like this. Every interaction is an exchange. Every word is a transmission. Every place carries residual memory. Every digital click creates a psychic imprint. Every decision creates a ripple in your field. You are always in contact with energy. So if you're not maintaining your hygiene, then you're accumulating interference. It's no different than walking through muddy terrain and expecting clean shoes. Without regular clearing, you're tracking psychic residue into your dreams, your relationships, and your body. This residue compounds, and eventually it becomes symptoms: emotional burnout, sudden anxiety, creative block, mood swings, memory glitches, sudden exhaustion after being in public spaces. If any of that sounds familiar, you're already experiencing the effects of energy hygiene neglect. But this is not about fear. This is about responsibility. It's about learning how to clean what you've absorbed, and how to recognize the subtle signatures of energetic invasion before they manifest as emotional confusion or physical illness. Now that we've seen the scope of this invisible war, the natural next step is to understand how energy gets in. Because the truth is, most people don't realize how vulnerable their aura actually is. It's not the shield you think it is. Next, we will explore the surprising reality of just how porous your energy field has become and what's sneaking through every single day. You've just seen how urgent energy hygiene has become in this reality. You've seen the cost of energetic neglect. Now it's time to look at the structure that's supposed to protect you, the energy field you think of as your first line of defense. Let's be brutally honest. Most people assume that their aura is naturally doing the job, that it's a sealed container, a shield, a built-in safety net. It's not. Your aura isn't a fortress. It's a sponge. The aura is dynamic, living, reactive. It breathes in and out with your emotions, your thoughts, your environment. It expands and contracts depending on how safe or unsafe you feel. And it holds imprints from every emotional exchange you've ever had. When someone yells at you, that shock doesn't just fade. It leaves a pattern. When you walk into a room that feels off, that sensation doesn't disappear. It clings. Your aura absorbs far more than you've been taught to notice. And most of it gets stored, not processed. Let's walk through just a few of the common breach points, ways energy slips into your field every single day. 1. Emotional projection. Ever felt anxious after talking to someone who was venting? Their energy didn't stay with them. It projected into you, and if your field was open, it stuck. 2. Screen absorption. Content online isn't just informational, it's vibrational. When you watch a video full of rage, grief, fear, or chaos, that frequency can imprint on your field. You didn't just see it, you absorbed it. 3. Psychic hooks. A conversation that leaves you thinking about someone all day. You might have been hooked, energetically tagged with an invisible line that pulls your attention back to them repeatedly. 4. Environments with residue. Ever felt weird in a certain house or building? Places hold energy. Pain, trauma, grief, they don't vanish when the people leave. Your aura can pick up fragments just by being in the space. 5. Memory reactivation. A memory of a painful event isn't just psychological. Your energetic field replays frequencies tied to that memory, which means your own past can re-infiltrate your present without warning. These are just a few. They happen daily. And unless you're aware of how porous your field is, you don't just experience life, you carry it. Let's be clear. Porosity isn't inherently bad. It means you're sensitive. You're responsive. You're alive. But what was once a spiritual advantage is now a survival challenge. Because the volume of energetic interference has increased. You're not just dealing with your partner's mood or your friend's sadness. You're navigating the weight of collective fear, algorithmic emotion, trauma echoes, and psychic pollution that circulates the globe. Your aura was never built to handle that level of noise without conscious help. Think about how your field gets weakened. Chronic stress stretches it thin. Alcohol and stimulants poke holes in it. Emotional shock shatters its coherence. Sleep deprivation loosens its boundaries. Dissociation lowers its defenses. Multitasking scatters its alignment. Once the field is compromised, it no longer filters out unwanted energy. It lets things in. And worse, it can't expel them. That's how subtle invasions begin. And they don't always come with drama. They're soft, quiet, creeping. They enter as a passing thought, an unexpected anxiety spike, a sudden wave of exhaustion. You write it off, but it's already inside. Let's name this clearly. Most energetic invasion is non-malicious. That means it's not a psychic attack. It's just unconscious projection, background noise, or unprocessed energy trying to find a host. And porous fields attract exactly that. Because if you have leaks, openings, tears, or emotional fissures in your energy, external energy sees it as an entry point. It doesn't knock. It just walks in. And once in, it acts like it belongs. That's why you'll feel thoughts that don't feel like yours. Desires that aren't really yours. Fears that erupt without clear cause. Your nervous system gets confused. Your intuition gets blocked. And your clarity vanishes. So how do you know if you've been subtly invaded? Here are some of the common indicators. Persistent fatigue, especially after social interaction. Sudden emotional shifts without external cause. Repetitive looping thoughts that feel intrusive. Dreams involving others pulling your attention or energy. Feeling not like yourself after consuming certain media. Desire to isolate even when nothing specific happened. Physical heaviness, particularly around the head, chest, or stomach. If this sounds familiar, you're not broken. You're energetically compromised. And there's a way back. But first, you have to stop pretending your field is naturally impervious. This chapter isn't about panic. It's about waking up to the true nature of your field. It is alive, intelligent, reactive, but it requires stewardship. And once you begin tending it, everything changes. You'll know when a thought isn't yours. You'll feel the difference between your energy and someone else's. You'll sense energetic debris before it lands. That's what happens when your aura stops being passive and starts becoming sovereign. Now that you've seen how subtle invasions happen, it's time to face the next truth. If your field is porous, then you are always in connection. Not just with people, but with timelines, echoes, collective events, emotional fields that aren't local to you at all. Next, we will expose the entangled nature of your energy and show you how you're already connected to far more than you've been taught to notice. You've just seen that your energy field is porous. that it's taking in subtle signals from around you constantly. Now let's take this a level deeper, because your aura isn't just open to input, it's also woven into a multidimensional network. What happens to you is rarely contained to just you. You're entangled, and this entanglement has rules. Quantum entanglement is often explained in physics as the way two particles, once linked, can still affect each other, no matter how far apart they are. But this isn't just a science concept. It's the structure of your life. You are entangled with people you've loved, feared, bonded with, or hurt. You're entangled with places that hold emotional residue. You're entangled with events that shaped you, whether you process them or not. And the real truth? You're entangled with versions of yourself across time. This is how energy becomes confusing. You could be feeling the weight of someone else's sadness. You could also be feeling the echo of your own grief from another timeline. If you've never cleared the cord, never resolved the contract, never sealed the memory, then that thread remains active. You're plugged into it, and it's pulling energy from you. This is not metaphor. It's energetic mechanics. Here's how it plays out. You suddenly think about someone from the past intensely. You don't miss them, but they feel present. That's an active thread. You feel a mood that doesn't match the moment. It's disproportionate, unrooted. That's entanglement with an unhealed part of yourself, or someone else projecting into your field. You feel drained after visiting a specific place, even if nothing dramatic happened. That space is a nexus of entanglement. It holds energetic residue tied to your past. Entanglement doesn't require your consent. It happens through attention, through unresolved emotion, through trauma that never completed its cycle. That means anytime you ruminate, obsess, or cling emotionally to something long gone, you're keeping the thread alive. And that thread is not passive. It carries information, emotion, energy, both ways. Which means even if you're not thinking about them, they might be thinking about you, and your field is receiving the signal. This is how you end up waking up tired. Not because you didn't sleep, but because your energy spent the night reinforcing threads you haven't severed. This is how you get pulled into emotional loops. Not because you're weak, but because an active connection is being reactivated by a trigger in your environment. This is how you feel stuck, frozen, or foggy, without clear cause, because you're energetically living in more than one timeline at once. Here's what makes this more complex. The connections are often subconscious. You may not even remember the moment the entanglement formed, but your field does, keeps a record. Entanglement is memory plus emotion plus energetic imprint. Once that triad is active, the thread is created. So how do you begin identifying these threads? You start by listening to the energetic pings that feel intrusive or sudden. Sudden memories without emotional resolution. Random thoughts of people long gone. Emotional spikes that don't match your current experience. Internal conversations with someone who's not present. These are not just imagination. They are signals, echoes, threads asking for recognition or disconnection. Awareness is your first tool. And it's more than enough to start weakening a thread. Because once you're aware, you stop unconsciously feeding it. Energy follows attention. Remove attention, and the signal starts fading. But awareness alone is not the full solution. To fully break energetic entanglements, you'll need to name them, revoke unconscious contracts, pull your energy back, seal the field. That process begins soon. But first, you need to see what these threads leave behind. Because every entanglement has residue, psychic buildup, emotional fragments, thought forms that didn't originate with you. Next, we will expose what this residue is and show you what actually works to clean it. Your connections are active. Your field is porous. You've seen how entanglement works and how it pulls threads through your awareness, even when you're not consciously engaged. Now the question becomes critical. How do you clean what you can't see? How do you remove the psychic residue? Subtle, persistent, and deeply embedded, that keeps you stuck, foggy, or drained, because that residue doesn't leave on its own. Awareness reveals it. but action clears it. Let's start by getting very specific about what energetic residue actually is. Residue is not the entity. It's not the thought form. It's not the trigger. Residue is what gets left behind after energetic interaction. Fragments, echoes, impressions, and imprints. It's the sticky layer, the static, the leftover frequency of a feeling or a psychic experience that wasn't fully processed or released. It builds up in your field over time. It muddies your clarity, and it makes you vibrationally heavy. You may feel slow to act, unmotivated, pulled toward distraction, emotionally flat or erratic. That's not always emotion. Often it's just residue, trapped in your aura, distorting your natural state. So let's talk about what actually works to clear it. Not theory, not concept, actual practices, actual tools. Real frequencies that act as quantum soap for your energy field. Here's the truth. No single method is universal. Different types of residue require different types of clearing. So let's break it down by category. 1. Sound-based clearing. Sound moves energy faster than thought. It cuts through density without needing to interpret it. Because sound isn't trying to understand the energy, it dislodges it. Here's how sound becomes quantum soap. Tuning forks calibrated to specific chakra frequencies realign disrupted fields. Crystal bowls activate harmonics that push dense patterns to the surface. Drumming breaks up entanglement patterns through repetitive disruption. Voice toning, especially your own, creates resonance specific to your field. You don't need a beautiful voice. You need vibration. The sound of your own voice creates coherence, especially when sustained in a hum, chant, or vowel. This is the key. Sound bypasses intellect and creates movement. Movement is what residue can't survive. 2. Salt-based purification. Salt is not symbolic. It is chemically and energetically disruptive to stagnant fields. It binds density and pulls it down and out. Use salt in the following ways. Salt baths with Epsom, sea salt, or Himalayan salt. 15 to 30 minutes to draw toxins and heavy emotions through your pores. Salt scrubs to cleanse the skin and remove energetic debris from the outer field. Salt bowls placed in corners of your room to absorb psychic charge overnight. Don't overcomplicate it. The mineral structure of salt holds a cleansing code. Your energy field recognizes it and responds by releasing what's not coherent with that crystalline order. 3. Smoke and scent. Burning sacred herbs is not about tradition. It's about altering the field through chemistry and scent. Each plant has a vibrational signature. Palo Santo breaks energetic loops and clears mental fog. White sage dislodges emotional residue and heavy attachments. Frankincense lifts the field into clarity and divine connection. Myrrh grounds while clearing ancestral and karmic weight. When you burn or diffuse these plants, your field recognizes their frequency as non-invasive and coherent. This creates a shift. It encourages stagnation to lift. Important note, intention plus plant medicine equals amplified effect. The plant is the vehicle. Your intention is the driver. 4. Water as conductor. Water holds memory. It also washes memory away. Not metaphorically, energetically. Water is a powerful conductor of emotional charge and psychic waste. Baths, showers, even conscious face washing with clear intention can reset your auric frequency. Here's a simple practice. As water runs over your body, speak the following with conviction. All that is not mine, release. All that is no longer aligned, return to source. All that is entangled, untangle. My field is clear. My frequency is mine. Say it aloud. Feel it. The combination of spoken command and flowing water works faster than silence or stillness alone. 5. Movement and breath. Stagnation thrives in stillness. When there is no emotional release, no shaking, no breath to circulate energy. Energetic residue can be expelled through shaking your body literally, bounce, tremble, move erratically for 2 minutes. Deep breath work with focused exhale. Sound release, vocalizing on the exhale. Groaning, sighing, toning. You're not trying to look spiritual. You're trying to release static. The body knows what to do. Let it guide you. Let breath and motion carry out what thought cannot. Now you may ask, why not just meditate? Meditation centers. But residue doesn't care if you're centered. If your field is clogged, stillness may not cleanse it. It may just make you more aware of how dirty it is. Meditation is for recalibration after cleansing, not a replacement for it. You also need to watch for one major trap: spiritual bypass via clearing addiction. If you're constantly burning sage, bathing in salt, and clearing with sound but still feel foggy, it's not about clearing anymore. It's about sealing. You might be cleaning every day, but leaving the door open each night. Cleaning isn't a lifestyle, it's a ritual. It's not about fear of being dirty. It's about maintaining alignment so you can function with sovereignty. So how often do you clear? Start with this rhythm. Minor daily hygiene: water, voice, breath. Deeper clearing weekly: salt, sound, smoke. Field audit monthly, checking for new residue, hooks, or leaks. Use your own frequency as the diagnostic. If your field feels dense, heavy, distracted, or reactive, you clean. If it feels light, still, coherent, you maintain. That's how you reclaim authority. Now that you know how to clean residue, let's ask the deeper question. What are you emitting? Because clearing is half the picture. The other half is how your frequency affects what gets attracted to you in the first place. Next, we will explore what scent your field gives off in the energetic realm and why it determines what shows up at your door. You've just learned how to clear energetic residue: sound, salt, water, scent, movement. You've cleaned the field. You've broken up the static. Now it's time to ask, what are you broadcasting? Because every person emits a signal, a scent, an energetic frequency that others, visible and invisible, pick up on instantly. That frequency is your fragrance. This fragrance isn't about how you smell physically. It's about the energetic signature that surrounds you at all times. Your frequency speaks before you do, precedes you into rooms. It lingers long after you leave. And just like scent, frequency attracts and repels. The field doesn't lie. You may say you're fine, but if your frequency is broadcasting scarcity, grief, fear, or defensiveness, everything around you will respond to that. Let's get specific. What creates your frequency? Thoughts. Repeated patterns shape your dominant energetic tone. Emotions, especially suppressed ones, they hold charge. Music and media, what you consume colors your field. Words you speak, vibration encoded in sound. Food. Digestion changes vibrational density. Sleep, your brainwave activity recalibrates your baseline. You are a vibrational broadcaster, and like attracts like. If your frequency is calm, grounded, clear, you attract experiences and beings that resonate with that tone. If your frequency is chaotic, bitter, or unresolved, you attract mirrors. This isn't punishment. It's the law of resonance. Here's where it gets uncomfortable. You are never attracting just based on what you want. You're attracting based on what you are. That means affirmations won't override unresolved rage. That means lighting candles won't hide repressed grief. That means smiling through exhaustion won't erase the scent of depletion. The field reveals truth. And what your field reveals, others follow. Let's go deeper. When your frequency is low, the energetic scent you emit draws in thought forms that amplify confusion or fear, draining people who subconsciously feed on that state. Psychic residue from others vibrating at similar levels. Energetic parasites looking for a home. Low doesn't mean weak. It means incoherent. Coherence is the key. When your energy is aligned, stable, honest, even if you're grieving, it's coherent. But when it's fragmented, repressed, contradictory, it becomes porous and magnetic to distortion. Think of it like this. Grief that is expressed becomes clear. Grief that is hidden becomes distortion. Anger that is acknowledged becomes power. Anger that is denied becomes a signal for chaos to find you. Your fragrance depends on how honest your field is. So how do you upgrade your frequency? Not through pretending, through alignment. Speak truth. Feel what arises. Clear when needed. Rest when depleted. Choose music and voices that uplift. Consume content that clarifies, not confuses. Spend time with people whose presence calms your field. These are not small choices. They are frequency shapers. Every moment is a broadcast. You get to choose the station. But you can't fake the scent. Entities know. Sensitive people know. Your own subconscious knows. If you're leaking rage, shame, fear, it will show up in your world. Not to punish, but to be processed. This is why frequency work is not just protective, it's magnetic. Clear frequency repels distortion. It also attracts synchronicity, clarity, and intuitive alignment. It's your truest protection. Not because it blocks energy, but because it organizes your field so precisely that nothing incoherent can stay. You've now seen the two halves of the hygiene equation. Clearing what's been left behind. Emitting what aligns with your core. But there's a third piece. It's not about what you do. It's about what's being drawn to you when your frequency drops. Next, we will explore what shows up when your vibration weakens, and why it's not just bad vibes, but an entire spectrum of energetic beings, influences, and patterns waiting for access. Your field is always broadcasting. You've just seen that frequency acts as your fragrance, your energetic signature. Now it's time to confront a harder truth. Your field doesn't just attract people or situations. It attracts beings. It attracts forces. It draws in patterns of consciousness that respond to your vibration with precision. This isn't about morality. It's not about being good or bad. It's about coherence and resonance. A low-frequency field isn't punished. It's noticed. Let's remove the casual language for a moment. This isn't about bad vibes. This isn't about just think positive. This is about understanding that there are entire spectra of energy that exist only within low-frequency domains. These include autonomous thought forms fueled by unresolved emotion, emotional parasites that latch onto trauma resonance, environmental fields carrying frequencies of despair, rage, grief, and fear, fragmented human consciousness loops that haven't completed their journeys. These entities, patterns, and psychic frequencies don't need a welcome mat. They need access, and a low-vibration field opens that access. Let's be specific. When your frequency is low, especially when it's incoherent, you emit signals like hopelessness, rage without direction, shame, fear of abandonment, victim consciousness, emotional chaos. Each of these carries a signature. That signature is readable. Travels, it broadcasts, and there are subtle energetic presences that read those signals as invitation. Not because they're evil, but because their nature thrives in that field. They are not demonic caricatures. They are frequencies, conscious but fragmented, active but non-sovereign, and your field becomes their fuel source. Here's how this looks in your life. You spiral in thought loops that get darker with each repetition. You feel unmotivated, but also haunted by urgency. You lash out emotionally and then feel hollow or numb. You try to rest, but your mind won't stop. You feel watched, poked, or mentally crowded when alone. These are not always emotional symptoms. Often, they are energetic indicators that your field has been compromised by something non-you. This is not fear-mongering. This is technical. When your vibration drops, especially in combination with fatigue, dissociation, or addiction patterns, the following may occur. Energetic attachments form. Beings that feed on anxiety, obsession, or depression can begin syncing with your field, amplifying your state in order to stay connected. Energetic echoes loop. If your field is fragmented, old emotional patterns can reactivate themselves and loop as thought forms. They become self-sustaining and create stagnation. Magnetic field weakens. Your auric boundary becomes thin or cracked. This allows passive ambient energies, collective fear, grief fields, ambient psychic trash, to enter more easily. Your desires shift subtly. You begin craving things that lower your field further: junk media, toxic attention, emotional chaos, because the entity or frequency linked to you feeds on that state. Now here's the subtle part. Many of these presences don't want to destroy you. They want to inhabit you. They want to use your body, mind, and emotional field as a housing unit. They feed when you think a certain way. They grow stronger when you loop into emotional reactions. They replicate when you unconsciously influence others to match your distorted frequency. This is not fantasy. It's mechanics. The problem isn't that they exist. The problem is that people don't realize they're feeding them. Unaware of energetic hygiene, they mistake the voice of a parasite for their own anxiety. They confuse the looping rage of an echo for a personality trait. They collapse under thought forms that didn't originate inside their sovereign awareness. And worst of all, they start to identify with the interference. The parasite becomes just how I am. The loop becomes how my mind works. The fatigue becomes my body failing. None of it is necessarily true, but until you interrupt the pattern, it continues. So how do you interrupt it? Here's what doesn't work. Forcing positivity. Intellectualizing the experience. Blaming yourself for being low vibe. Performing spiritual rituals without conviction. Here's what does work. Acknowledging the state out loud. Declaring sovereignty of your field with voice, not just thought. Reorienting the field by changing state, movement, sound, light. Calling in frequency disruptors, sound tools, sacred smoke, clear intention. These presences can't survive in a sovereign field, but they can absolutely thrive in a passive one. Your job isn't to fear them, it's to become uninhabitable to them. You do this by restoring coherence, by increasing frequency, and by commanding your space, not reacting from within it. Next, we will go deeper. Because now that you know what low-frequency states attract, you need to understand what exactly is anchoring to you, what it is, how it forms, and why it lingers even after the mood passes. Your field is active, always has been. Now you've seen what happens when it drops. It emits a signal. That signal can attract attention, energetic presences, patterns, fragments. But it's not just about being noticed. It's about being inhabited. This chapter exposes the anatomy of that habitation. Let's begin by identifying the three main types of psychic parasitic structures. 1. Thought forms. These are autonomous mental loops created by repeated thoughts, emotions, or trauma patterns. They are not alive in the human sense, but they are energetically autonomous. Once formed, they replicate themselves by creating new situations or emotional reactions that keep them alive. Example: a fear-based thought form around abandonment can subconsciously influence your actions to create situations that trigger abandonment. Then it feeds on the reaction. Thought forms don't need malice. They just need repetition. 2. Entities. Entities are fragmented or disembodied consciousnesses. Some were once human, others are not. They seek a field to anchor into. They usually arrive through trauma, unconscious consent, lowered vibration, energetic holes, invited channeling without boundaries. Entities attach for many reasons: feeding on a specific emotion, avoiding their own dissolution, seeking embodiment, using you as a proxy for unfinished business. They embed themselves subtly. They do not announce their presence, but they shift your internal experience in subtle, consistent ways. 3. Implants. Psychic implants are energetic structures placed in your field, sometimes by entities, sometimes by external influence, social systems, traumatic events. Their purpose is usually behavioral redirection. Implants do not have consciousness, but they serve a function, often to distort thought, block emotion, or amplify reaction. Examples: a looping voice that repeats self-doubt, a sudden wall of resistance during meditation, inability to visualize or connect with higher self, fear spikes when trying to assert boundaries. These are common implant effects. All three of these structures, thought forms, entities, and implants, can coexist. They often layer on top of one another. A trauma creates a thought form. The thought form invites an entity. The entity anchors by placing an implant that keeps the loop active. It becomes a system, And that system begins to feel like you. So how do you know if you're hosting one of these? There are very clear signs. You feel watched or mentally crowded in stillness. Your thoughts shift tone quickly, sharply, and aggressively. You attempt spiritual work and immediately get distracted or fatigued. You feel drained after specific dreams or people without clear reason. You avoid certain inner topics as if blocked by invisible force. You feel a persistent inner narrative that diminishes your worth. These are all common parasite signals, and they persist until you confront them. Here's what not to do. Don't panic. Don't personalize it. Don't spiritually bypass it with platitudes. Here's what to do. 1. Acknowledge presence. Say it aloud. If there is any presence in this field that does not serve my sovereignty, I acknowledge your existence. That one sentence disrupts invisibility. 2. Declare intent. This field belongs to me. I revoke access to any being, form, or pattern that feeds without my conscious permission. 3. Cut supply. Break the emotional pattern that keeps feeding the structure. That means changing thoughts, breaking routines, shifting behavior. 4. Clear residue. Use the methods you already learned: sound, smoke, salt, water to flush the anchors. 5. Seal the field. Don't leave the door open. After clearing, visualize a coherent geometric shell around your body. Breathe into it. Name it. This field is sealed. No entry without my conscious will. Repeat this until it becomes instinct, not ritual. Instinct. These entities and patterns thrive in neglect. When you reclaim attention, they weaken. When you bring voice to them, they scatter. When you stand in sovereignty, they have no home. You've now seen what's attaching to your field and why. You've felt how subtle the intrusion can be. But there's something deeper behind it all: consent. Next, we will confront the idea that many of the energies draining you were actually invited, consciously or unconsciously. And until that invitation is revoked, they won't leave. You've just seen how parasites form, attach, and linger. You now understand that your field can host thought forms, entities, and implants, many of which have built-in systems for staying hidden. But here's the twist most people never consider. You may have agreed to it. Not consciously, not intentionally, but energetically. Yes, consent is not always verbal. It's not always formal. Sometimes, consent is simply the absence of resistance. Sometimes it's attention. Sometimes it's pattern repetition. And often it's a survival strategy formed in childhood or trauma, one that kept you safe once, but now keeps you energetically exposed. Let's break this down. Energetic consent can happen in several ways: through emotional identification, through repeated engagement, through unconscious loyalty, through nonverbal spiritual contracts, through states of passivity mistaken for peace. Most people don't realize that leakage equals permission in the quantum realm. If you've never explicitly claimed authority over your field, parts of you remain unclaimed. An unclaimed space attracts occupation. If you're running a guilt pattern that believes you deserve to suffer, you may unconsciously allow draining forces to stay. If you're subconsciously afraid to outgrow a relationship or trauma bond, you may consent to low-level sabotage just to stay relatable. If you were raised to believe obedience equals love, you may never question entities or thought forms that feel familiar or guiding. Even when they drain you, consent isn't always an open door. Sometimes it's just a door you forgot to close. Let's look at how energetic consent happens in practice. 1. Emotional attachment. When you replay emotional stories in your mind, especially ones tied to grief, betrayal, or rage, you create an energetic tether. This tether feeds off attention. By constantly looping into it, you're saying, "I'm still participating." That is consent. 2. False responsibility. You feel responsible for someone else's healing, outcome, or feelings. This is often rooted in childhood programming. You allow energetic invasion because they need me. You absorb emotional debris because they can't handle it. That's a nonverbal agreement. That's consent. 3. Silence in the face of invasion. You feel something in your field that isn't yours. You ignore it. You don't speak to it. You don't reject it. You hope it passes. That silence registers as permission granted. That's consent. 4. Habitual victim identity. You believe energy is always happening to you. You never claim authority. This belief itself becomes an open contract. And the entities that feed on helplessness find a stable environment. That's consent. So now the question becomes, how do you revoke unconscious consent? It begins with clarity. Then it requires language. Finally, it demands consistency. Let's walk through each. 1. Clarity. You must first identify where you've said yes by saying nothing. Where have you allowed people to vent, dump, or manipulate your field without boundaries? Where have you entertained low-frequency patterns out of guilt, loyalty, or fear of being alone? Where have you mistaken keeping the peace for protecting your field? Write these out. Name them. They don't go away until you do. 2. Language. Consent is revoked through spoken command. Any energy, entity, or influence that is present in this field without my clear, conscious, and sovereign permission, leave now. I revoke all unconscious agreements made in fear, trauma, guilt, or unworthiness. I reclaim authority over this field and release all contracts no longer aligned with my evolution. Words carry vibration. Spoken words restructure your field. Not because they're magic, because they are declaration. And in the quantum realm, declaration is creation. 3. Consistency. You may need to say it more than once. Not because it didn't work, but because layers of agreement often exist. Each time you say it, more of the structure is revealed. The contract shows its clauses. The parasite reveals its anchor. Repeat the revocation until the energy moves. And remember, every time you return to a disempowering pattern, you reopen consent. This is not about fear. This is about integrity. Consent is a frequency. It's not just about saying no. It's about living from a field that no longer matches what you previously allowed. That means your nervous system must start to recognize peace as safe, not boring. Your mind must start to feel worthy of clarity, not chaos. Your heart must stop romanticizing suffering as proof of loyalty. Until that shift occurs, the field stays porous. But once you step into true energetic maturity, where no part of you gives away access without review, everything changes. You become sovereign. You become unavailable to unconscious cords. You become uninterested in maintaining what drains you. But sometimes these patterns run deeper than this lifetime. Sometimes the consent wasn't given here and now. Sometimes it was forged long before this body, and it's been running in the background ever since. Next, we will reveal how ancient, hidden, or forgotten agreements, soul vows, karmic loops, spiritual bargains, still bind your energy today. You've just seen how consent operates in the now through emotion, silence, and habit. But there's a deeper layer beneath conscious patterns. Because not all energetic contracts are formed in this lifetime. Not all agreements were made in this mind. Some were made through vows, oaths, or intentions that locked into your soul blueprint, and they're still active. These are quantum contracts, and they bind you across time. Let's define them clearly. A quantum contract is an energetic agreement, made by you or involving you, that transcends linear time and continues to influence your field today. Some are benign. Some are sacred, some are obsolete, and some are actively draining you. But all of them require awareness, because even the oldest contract can still govern you if left unrevoked. Examples of common contracts: vows of poverty, made in past lives for spiritual purity, now sabotaging financial flow. Vows of silence, meant to protect others, now blocking your voice and boundaries. Vows of loyalty, formed in grief or trauma, now keeping you tied to people or lineages that no longer align. Sacrificial agreements, made in martyrdom or service, now attracting suffering as identity. These contracts become embedded in your energetic DNA. They don't require memory. They require energy to exist. And if you've never updated your inner agreement to life, some of these vows are still active by default. How do you recognize an old contract? Start by noticing patterns that persist despite effort. You do the inner work, but your abundance stays blocked. You find your voice, but lose it again under pressure. You cut cords, but a relationship still feels tied to your heart. You're drawn to suffering, sacrifice, or silence without conscious choice. These aren't failures. They're signatures. They point toward contracts still anchoring in your field. Quantum contracts can be created through past life choices, ancestral line pledges, traumatic death experiences, soul-level decisions made for others' protection, ceremonial vows in spiritual or religious orders, repetition of mantras, pledges, or rituals with emotional weight. Even something as simple as, "I'll never leave them," "I don't deserve to speak," "Money corrupts," "Pain is my purpose." These phrases, when repeated with emotional charge, become agreements. And once agreement is made, the energy aligns to fulfill it. So what do? You review the contract. That means sitting with the field and asking, where have I agreed to limitation? Where am I loyal to old pain? What part of me still believes silence is safety? What fear arises when I imagine releasing this agreement? Once the contract becomes visible, it can be altered. Here is a sample revocation process. I revoke all soul-level agreements, vows, and contracts that were made in fear, duty, trauma, or sacrifice. I honor the part of me that made them, but I now release them. They are complete. They are outdated. They are no longer aligned with who I am. I choose sovereignty. I choose updated alignment. I call back all energy tied to these contracts and restore it to my field. Cleansed, integrated, whole. Speak it aloud. Feel the shift. Then seal the process with this command. All timelines, dimensions, and realities where these contracts exist, collapse now. No energy may use them to access or influence this field. My sovereignty is reinstated across all levels of being. This is not a performance. It is not a chant. It is declaration. And declaration is command in the quantum. You may feel emotion, grief, relief, confusion. Let it come. Let it rise. That's energy unbinding. What was once locked now begins to move. But here's the nuance. Some contracts were sacred. They served you. They protected others. They aligned with old missions. So you don't dishonor them. You complete them. Completion is different from rejection. It means recognizing the beauty of the service and then releasing it with gratitude. That's true evolution. That's how you make space for updated guidance. Now that you've identified and released outdated agreements, your field is more spacious. But space without structure is vulnerable. That's why now is the time to break those contracts cleanly and seal the field with finality. Next, we will walk through precise protocols to unbind energetic agreements so they never loop back in again. You've just discovered how old vows, spoken or silent, past life or present, continue to shape your energetic reality. You've seen how loyalty, trauma, identity, or spiritual programming can forge contracts that limit your access to freedom, abundance, clarity, and self-expression. Now it's time to finish the work. Not conceptually, not symbolically, but fully. This is where we break the cords with precision. This is where the unseen becomes unbound. Many spiritual teachings talk about letting go, but letting go isn't always enough. Why? Because energetic contracts are not always emotional. They are structural. That means they don't just fade away because you've changed your mind. They must be acknowledged, dismantled, and dissolved with conscious action. Otherwise, the contract remains in the background, subtle, invisible, binding. Think of your field like a temple. Some rooms are clean. Some are still holding sacred oaths that expired long ago. These rooms aren't haunted. They're just unattended. And in the quantum realm, anything unattended becomes a potential site of influence. That's why we're not just going to release emotion, we're going to deactivate the architecture. Here's how to do it. Step 1. Name the contract. You can't break what you won't name. This doesn't require perfect memory. It requires resonance. Sit in stillness and ask, what am I still bound to? Where in my life do I feel compelled, obligated, or heavy, without clarity why? What belief or pattern repeats no matter how much work I do? The answer may arrive as a phrase, an image, or an emotion. Whatever comes, trust it. Speak it aloud. I name this contract. The vow to remain silent to keep others comfortable. I name this contract. The oath to suffer for others' healing. I name this contract. The agreement to stay small to avoid danger. Once named, the thread begins to loosen. Step 2. Track the emotional anchor. Every energetic contract is held in place by emotion. That emotion may be guilt, fear, shame, grief, loyalty, rage, trauma. Bring up the contract you named. Then ask, what emotion keeps this active? Feel it. Don't suppress it. Don't fix it. Witness it fully. Let it surface, then exhale. This is not for release. This is for disruption. Emotion stabilizes contracts. When you feel it consciously, the loop begins to fracture. Step 3. Revoke the agreement in full detail. Now that you've named the contract and tracked the emotion, you must revoke it with specific language. This is your spoken code. Speak slowly, clearly, and with focused intention. I now revoke this contract in full. I rescind all energetic, emotional, spiritual, and soul-level permissions that have upheld this agreement, across all dimensions, all timelines, and all lifetimes. I break this oath. I terminate this vow. I end this binding. It is no longer aligned with who I am, and it no longer has access to my field. The mission is complete. The cycle is over. The energy is released. I am now the sole authority of this field. Let the words resonate. Pause. Feel your body. Sense your field. Step 4. Disentangle the threads. After a contract is broken, residual threads may still linger. These threads exist in the nervous system, the emotional body, the mental body, or even muscle memory. To clear them, use a multimodal reset. Speak. Any threads of this contract still entangled in my being, release now. Move. Shake. Twist. Stretch. Roll your shoulders, loosen your spine. Breathe 3 full exhales with audible sound. Visualize. See cords snapping, dust blowing off, pages dissolving. You're not clearing energy. You're closing a chapter. Step 5. Reclaim and reprogram. You've now created a vacuum in your field. This space must be filled. Otherwise, old energies or new distortions may move in. Now speak your updated alignment. I now claim the energy that was locked in that contract. I bring it home. I purify it. I restore it to me. I now install a new alignment. I speak truthfully without fear. I serve without self-sacrifice. I receive with full permission. I am safe to grow. I am sovereign. This becomes the new program. Step 6. Seal the field. With your voice, state, this process is complete. No residue may remain. No echo may return. My field is sealed in wholeness. The gate is closed. Then visualize a symbol, an image, color, or structure that represents sealed integrity. Hold that vision. Breathe it into place. Now rest. Allow silence. Let the field stabilize. You've just completed something most people never do. You've broken a quantum contract with conscious authority. This is not surface work. This is architecture work. And it begins to shift everything. What once repeated will slow. What once felt faded will dissolve. What once felt stuck will start to move. But there's a catch. Clearing is powerful. But if your field isn't protected, this new clarity is exposed. That's why now is the time to build the first layer of true energetic defense. Next, we will explore why shielding must happen before frequency elevation, and why skipping protection opens you to even more subtle invasion. You've just cleared old contracts. You've reclaimed energy. You've ended unconscious agreements that shaped your path for lifetimes. Now your field is open, clear, unbound, which means it's also vulnerable. This chapter answers the question that so many people miss. Why do spiritually aware people still get drained, attacked, or thrown off? The answer is simple. They elevated before they shielded. There's a common idea in spiritual circles. Just raise your frequency and you'll be untouchable. Just think high vibe thoughts and darkness can't reach you. Sounds good. Feels hopeful. But it's incomplete. High frequency does not equal protection. It equals visibility. The moment your field shines brighter, it becomes more noticeable to everything. Helpful forces. Yes. Supportive timelines. Yes. But also, unresolved ancestral patterns. Unfinished trauma threads. Hungry entities. Unconscious projections. When you raise your frequency without shielding, you become a lighthouse without a filter. You attract all attention, helpful or harmful. Let's go deeper. You've just restructured your field by breaking contracts. That means your field is newly formed, still calibrating. This is the moment many people start chasing bliss. Opening their heart, opening their crown, inviting downloads, channeling energy, all without protection. That's like leaving your windows open during a storm because you're inviting fresh air. You don't just need clarity. You need containment. Let's look at what happens when people awaken without shielding. They start hearing voices they assume are guides, when they're actually just noise from the collective. They feel bombarded with emotion and confuse it for intuition. They receive intense dreams or downloads but can't function in daily life. They become sensitive but not sovereign, psychic but overwhelmed. They lose grounding, focus, and discernment, and call it ascension symptoms. This is not spiritual evolution. This is energetic exposure. Here's the principle. Before you expand your field, you must fortify it. You must install protection protocols that ensure your elevation doesn't come at the cost of clarity or health. This is not about fear. This is about energetic engineering. You wouldn't upgrade a computer's software without firewalls. You wouldn't build a skyscraper without a foundation. So why elevate your consciousness without shielding your field? Let's redefine protection. It's not hiding. It's not rejecting the world. It's not avoidance. Protection is conscious filtration of influence, sovereign authority over access, frequency containment, field coherence under pressure, selective connection. Protection is what lets you open your heart without leaking. It's what lets you serve without depletion. It's what lets you channel without being hijacked. It is a non-negotiable skill for anyone working with subtle energy. So what does this look like practically? Before engaging in elevation practices, meditation, visualization, ritual, or energy work, build these layers. 1. Declare authority. Only energies aligned with my highest clarity and sovereignty may interact with this field. All others are denied access. This becomes your baseline firewall. 2. Define boundaries. Create energetic perimeters using visualization, spheres, light, geometric shields. Name them, anchor them. This is my field. My energy stays here. All other frequencies stay out unless explicitly welcomed. 3. Contain expansion. When elevating your vibration, cap the intensity with a grounding anchor. Visualize a root system, a magnetic base, or a spine of light that runs through your body. This field rises, but remains sovereign and sealed. You'll start noticing that even in meditation or altered states, your field holds. It doesn't fragment. It doesn't invite distortion. It remains yours. This is when spiritual work becomes sustainable. Not an escape. Not an addiction. Not a bypass. A skill. A structure. A lifestyle. So before you go any higher, you shield. And once you shield, you learn to build that shield consciously, precisely, and consistently. Next, we will construct your first real energetic shield, not as a visualization exercise, but as a dynamic, living structure that deflects, transmutes, and responds to your intention. You've just seen why protection must come first, why shielding is not a reaction to fear, but a preparation for power. Now, it's time to stop talking about shields and start building one. This is your first initiation into conscious field construction, a skill that becomes second nature when practiced with intention, clarity, and presence. What you're about to create isn't theoretical. It's a real structure, formed by your awareness, shaped by your will, and sustained by your integrity. And once it's active, your energy will no longer just respond to the world. It will begin to command space. Let's start by dispelling the myth. An energetic shield is not a wall. It's not a cage. It's not a filter of fear. It is a living interface between your field and the external environment. It is flexible, intelligent, responsive, and made of energy that obeys the one force that shapes reality: conscious intention. You are not building armor. You are creating coherent containment. The cloak you are about to activate doesn't just block harmful frequencies. It transmutes them. It doesn't just protect, it clarifies. It doesn't just hold, it teaches. This is the cloak of consciousness. Here's how to build it. Phase 1. The breath of sovereignty. Before the shield can form, the energy within must stabilize. Sit or stand with your spine straight. Breathe in slowly through the nose for 4 seconds. Hold for 4 seconds. Exhale through the mouth for 6 seconds. Repeat 5 times. On each exhale, mentally affirm, "This breath belongs to me. My field is mine. I am here. I am present. I am sovereign." As your body slows, your field begins to cohere. You're not relaxing. You're anchoring. Phase 2. The geometric shell. Energy follows structure. Your shield needs a clear architecture. Visualize a sphere of light around you, arm's length in all directions. This is not fantasy. This is instruction. Your field listens. See the sphere as complete. See it as seamless. See it as precise. Now declare aloud, "This field is sealed. This sphere is active. Nothing enters without my conscious will." This becomes your foundational structure. Phase 3. The cloak activation. Now layer the shield. Visualize a soft, shimmering cloak of light, draped over your shoulders, wrapping around your back, extending down your legs and over your arms. Conforms to your shape. It responds to your movement. It exists as an extension of your will. Color it if needed. Some prefer gold, violet, silver, obsidian. Choose what resonates. Speak into it. You are my cloak of consciousness. You reflect what I choose to reflect. You absorb what I choose to absorb. You shield without isolating. You clarify without hardening. This is not metaphor. You are instructing a living energy system. Phase 4. Shield intelligence. Now embed parameters. Your cloak allows loving, coherent, respectful energy through. It deflects manipulation, projection, or emotional debris. It transmutes ambient static into neutral light. Speak clearly. Only frequencies aligned with my clarity and sovereignty may enter this field. All others are redirected to source for purification. This is your firewall, not because it blocks love, but because it honors discernment. Phase 5. Shield memory. You don't want to rebuild this every day. You want the shield to remember. Anchor it with a trigger gesture, a physical signal to instantly activate it. Examples: hand over the heart, 2 fingers to the forehead, a breath and eye close. Choose one. Do it now. Then say, "When I make this gesture, my shield is restored instantly. This cloak remembers. This shield remains." That's it. You've just created your first quantum shield. How do you know it's working? You may feel a drop in ambient noise, more silence in your thoughts, slight pressure around your skin, a clear inside/outside distinction, emotional distance from projections that once entangled you. This is not imagination. This is structure. Your field is now coherently contained. And with practice, this cloak will become automatic, just like breath, posture, or focus. What if you forget to use it? What if it weakens? Then you re-anchor. Use the trigger gesture. Say the command phrase. Breathe into coherence. It's not about perfection. It's about habit. Over time, your shield will evolve. It will respond to your needs. It will adapt to your energy shifts. But the core remains: structure, breath, voice, intention, sovereignty. These 5 components form the root of every protective field. Now that your first shield is active, you may think the work is done. But here's where the real refinement begins. Because not all shields are the same. Some are built to reflect. Some are built to contain. Some are meant for movement. Others are built for psychic defense in high interference zones. Next, we will explore the different types of energetic shields, their functions, and when to use each. You've just constructed your cloak of consciousness. You've learned how to build a responsive, living shield from your own awareness. Now it's time to refine that toolset. Because here's what most people miss. One shield is not enough. Just as you wouldn't wear the same clothing to a dinner, a battlefield, and a snowstorm, your energy field requires different forms of protection depending on what you're exposed to. This chapter will train you in shielding diversity. You'll learn when to cloak, when to mirror, when to armor, and when to radiate. Because true mastery is adaptive protection. Let's begin with the foundational principle. Shields are contextual. They're not one size fits all. They must match the environment, the emotional terrain, the psychic temperature, your personal state. If you shield too hard, you block connection. If you shield too soft, you absorb distortion. If you don't shield at all, you become a psychic sponge. But when you match the shield to the moment, you become a force of precision. Shield Type 1, the mirror shield. Function: reflects energy back to its source without absorbing it. Best used for emotional projection, psychic attack, intrusive attention. Visualize a mirrored surface surrounding your field, like polished chrome or obsidian. It reflects all frequencies without judgment. It doesn't return energy in violence, it simply refuses to absorb. Command phrase: this field is reflective. All projections return to their source. I carry nothing that is not mine. Use the mirror shield in tense conversations, crowded events, or online spaces where projection is likely. Shield Type 2, the dome shield. Function: contains your energy tightly, preventing leakage or external entry. Best used for vulnerable emotional states, healing, recovery, integration. Visualize a smooth, spherical dome around your body, like thick glass or fluid crystal. It wraps close to your skin, insulating your field from ambient noise. Command phrase: my energy is contained. This field is sealed. Nothing enters, nothing leaks. Use the dome shield when you need to be fully with yourself, especially after ritual, loss, or energetic detox. Shield Type 3, the radiant shield. Function: projects coherent energy outward, making lower vibrations incompatible. Best used for leadership, public speaking, creative performance, holding space. Visualize your core glowing, radiating clean, calm, assertive light that expands outward like a sun. This shield doesn't block. It recalibrates the room. Command phrase: my presence is radiant. My frequency leads. Coherence emanates from me. Use the radiant shield when you want to protect by elevating the entire environment. Shield Type 4, the armor shield. Function: dense, deliberate, heavy-duty psychic defense. Best used for known spiritual attacks, hostile spaces, or confrontation with chaotic energy. Visualize plating metallic, layered, interlocking armor across your body. This shield is not subtle. It is impenetrable. Command phrase: I am armored in light. No energy penetrates this defense. All distortion is deflected. Use the armor shield rarely, but with full awareness when needed. Shield Type 5, the stealth shield. Function: makes your energy field unnoticeable to energetic tracking. Best used for energetic invisibility, timeline transition, psychic disengagement. Visualize your field dimming, blending with the background like cloaking technology. You are not less. You are simply non-targetable. Command phrase: I am unseen to interference. I am unreadable to distortion. I pass unnoticed by that which seeks to feed. Use the stealth shield when moving through energetic chaos without becoming a participant. Each of these shields serves a purpose, and with practice you'll learn to rotate them intuitively. Like changing emotional tone or body posture, shielding becomes instinctive calibration. Your field will tell you what's needed, and the more you listen, the less you'll need to defend, because most interference only targets those who are unguarded. But shielding is not the final goal. It's the stabilizer. Once protection is integrated, the question becomes, what's the next evolution of energetic defense? Reflection without aggression, clarity without compromise, defense without battle. Next, we will explore the quantum mirror technique, where energy is not blocked or fought, but returned to its origin with surgical neutrality and divine precision. You've now trained in the different shielding types: armor, dome, radiant, stealth, and mirror. You've learned that your protection must match your environment, your role, and your internal state. But there's one form of shielding that requires a higher degree of precision, neutrality, and clarity. This is not about defense. This is about reflective awareness. The quantum mirror shield does not block energy. It doesn't absorb. It doesn't fight. It reflects flawlessly, neutrally, and without emotional distortion. This technique is surgical, and when wielded properly, it becomes one of your most advanced protective tools. Let's be clear, not every form of interference requires deflection. Sometimes you don't want to bounce energy away. You want to return it, not as a curse, not as revenge, as a pure reflection of origin. This is what the mirror does. It says, "This is not mine. I do not accept it. You may have it back, exactly as it came. No emotional charge, no judgment, no energetic debt. Just return." The power of the mirror is that it breaks the loop. Energetic interference feeds on interaction. The moment you react, defend, deny, argue, explain, it anchors in. The mirror offers no interaction, only reflection. This is energetic non-reactivity in its highest form. To create the quantum mirror shield, follow these steps. 1. Activate mental stillness. Before you reflect, you must clear your bias. You cannot hold resentment, fear, or superiority. Otherwise, the mirror becomes a weapon, not a tool. Sit, breathe, say, "I release all desire to retaliate, convince, or control. I am neutral. I am sovereign." Let the emotion burn off. Then proceed. 2. Visualize the mirror field. Surround your energy field in a mirrored surface: chrome, obsidian, diamond-like light. Not sharp, not aggressive. Smooth, infinite, reflective. This mirror doesn't just face outward. It surrounds you fully, 360 degrees around your aura. You are the center of a multidimensional reflection field. 3. Declare the function. This mirror does not reflect distortion as distortion. It reflects purity. It returns the energy to sender in its original vibration. Speak aloud. This mirror reflects all external energy back to its point of origin. No distortion is absorbed. No intention is judged. All energy is returned. Pure, unmodified, neutral. You are not seeking vengeance. You are claiming clarity. 4. Anchor your core. To prevent backfire, root your consciousness in the heart, not the mind. This keeps the mirror neutral. Breathe into your chest. Feel your presence drop into center. Now speak. My field reflects from center. I am calm. I am clear. I am still. From here, the mirror works. 5. Observe the results. Once activated, observe what shifts. Emotional projection loses its target. Passive-aggressive energy collapses into confusion. Psychic attacks lose force like punches hitting water. People withdraw their hooks without knowing why. This isn't magic. It's mirror physics. No energy can embed when its signal is returned. Now let's go deeper. The quantum mirror also functions in conversation. You can speak while holding this shield. The other person may be venting, attacking, manipulating. You don't engage. You reflect. Through body language, through tone, through silence. And internally you repeat, I do not absorb this. I do not carry this. I return it whole. Eventually the charge deflates, because there's nothing left to latch onto. This technique is especially useful with narcissistic dynamics, guilt-based communication, energy vampires, social media comments, subtle emotional manipulation. In these cases, traditional shielding can block connection too much. The mirror lets you stay present without being overtaken. It is clarity with boundaries, compassion with sovereignty. But be warned, the mirror requires discipline. If you reflect with bitterness, you amplify harm. If you reflect with fear, you distort the message. If you reflect with self-righteousness, you invite karmic loops. The mirror works best in emotional stillness, not silence. Stillness. A field that is no longer reactive is uninhabitable to drama. Now that you've mastered reflection, there's another level of defense, pure will. This is where shielding shifts from form to force. Next, we will ignite the most potent defense in your arsenal. The intentional firewall, built from raw focus and inner authority. You've just experienced the power of the mirror. Neutral, reflective, calm. Now it's time to shift from cool deflection to fiery defense. There are moments when reflection isn't enough. When energy doesn't just need to be returned, it needs to be burned. This is where the intentional firewall comes in. It's not built with visuals. It's not formed with softness. It's forged with will. And when activated, it clears your field with a force that few energies can withstand. Let's be clear, this is not aggression. This is command. Your will is not a preference. It is a directive. When your solar plexus is activated, and your intention is sharpened into focus, your energy field ignites. It becomes a firewall, not built of defense, but of presence so complete that intrusion incinerates instantly. Here's how to build it. 1. Locate the fire. Sit upright. Bring all awareness to the solar plexus just below the rib cage. This is not visualization. This is activation. Say, my will lives here. Breathe into that center. Feel it warm. Feel it pulse. Not as an emotion, but as power. This is the seat of decision. You are sitting in the command center of your energetic field. 2. Declare your firewall. This shield doesn't surround you. It radiates from you. Say, this body, this field, this mind, this breath, they belong to me. I permit no interference. I allow no psychic residue. Any intrusion is burned on contact. You're not asking. You're declaring. The firewall is a consequence, not a threat. 3. Ignite the flame. Visualize golden fire, like solar light, radiating from your core outward in all directions. See it spiraling around your body. See it consuming distortion on contact. This is not chaotic fire. It is ordered, focused, silent. Feel it rising through your spine, down your legs, out your hands. This is intentional combustion. 4. Sharpen the will. Speak this phrase aloud. I choose what enters. I choose what stays. I burn all else. Now focus. Drop all other thoughts. Sink fully into your will. Not emotion. Not reaction. Pure decision. That's the heat source. That's what powers the firewall. 5. Hold the field. Remain in that activated state for 2 to 3 minutes. Breathe evenly. Hold steady. This is not a sprint. It's a stance. Over time, your field learns the shape of that energy. It begins to hold the firewall without constant effort. That's when shielding becomes sovereignty. Use the intentional firewall when you feel sudden psychic attack. You enter a space with hostile or chaotic energy. You need to break looping thoughts or obsessive patterns. You're moving through collective fear or panic. You've just cleared something heavy and need to seal the field completely. The firewall does not ask energy to leave. It leaves energy no option but to either transmute or disappear. Important reminder, the firewall must be followed by grounding. Fire clears. but it can also exhaust if not contained. After activation, sit in silence. Place your hands over your lower belly or your thighs. Breathe slowly until the field feels stable. This is your cool down. This is your integration. What makes the firewall unique? It doesn't shield through imagery. It shields through focused will. That means no props, no tools, no crystals or herbs or sacred geometry. Just you, and the force of a fully chosen decision. You now hold two elite-level tools in your field defense arsenal. The mirror, which reflects. The firewall, which purifies. Used together, they create a field that is unavailable to manipulation, uninhabitable to parasites, unattractive to drama, unshakable in crisis. But there's still one more test ahead. Chaos. What happens when you leave your space? What happens when you enter crowded places, dense environments, or unstable energies? Next, we will bring your shielding skills into the real world, where shopping malls, protests, hospitals, and airports become your new proving ground. You've now built your shield. You've activated the mirror. You've ignited the firewall. But what happens when you leave your safe environment? When your field meets collective energy in full force? When you're no longer in control of the space around you? This is where real-world shielding gets tested. It's one thing to feel centered in silence. It's another to hold that same frequency in a shopping mall, hospital, subway, or family gathering. This chapter gives you the tools to stay energetically intact in chaos. Let's be clear, chaos isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet, congested, and emotionally thick. Sometimes it wears the face of urgency, discomfort, or overstimulation. Crowded spaces can contain emotional residue, mental static, collective fear, grief fields, psychic projection, entity density, and without anchoring, your field gets pulled, poked, and weakened fast. That's why you need three things. 1. Containment. 2. Anchoring. 3. Exit protocol. Step 1. Containment before entry. Before entering any chaotic or dense environment, you must seal your field with intention. Forget rituals. Forget long processes. This takes less than a minute. Stand still. Focus. Speak aloud or internally. My energy stays with me. This field is sealed. I am not here to absorb. I am here to observe. Now activate one of the following shields. Dome shield for full insulation. Mirror shield for protection from projections. Stealth shield for invisibility in volatile spaces. Pick it. Activate it. Move forward. Step 2. Breath anchoring. As soon as you step into the environment, anchor. Most people unconsciously leave their bodies in crowds. They shrink, tighten, or drift upward. You must do the opposite. Slow your breath. Expand your lower belly. Feel your feet. Drop your awareness to your pelvis or thighs. Let your shoulders stay heavy and open. This grounds your energy into your own body, not the chaos around you. Repeat this mantra internally. I stay in me. My energy is home. My awareness is inward. Step 3. Visual shield scan. Scan the space without staring. Feel for energetic pressure points. Are there areas that feel denser? Are certain people giving off energetic noise? Is your heart rate rising without reason? Adjust your shield accordingly. If your dome isn't enough, switch to the mirror. If you're too visible, activate stealth. Shielding is not static. It is adaptive navigation. Step 4. Observation without absorption. In chaotic environments, your nervous system will be tempted to absorb signals to stay safe. Don't take on the frequency. Read the frequency. Every time your energy starts to match the room, pause, breathe, repeat. That is not mine. I do not absorb. I witness, then release. This single mantra prevents entanglement. Step 5. Physical anchors. Use the body to reinforce boundaries. Press tongue gently to roof of the mouth. Hold an object in your pocket that you've charged with sovereignty. Touch your heart center briefly as a reset. Roll your shoulders back to open the chest. Keep knees slightly bent, never locked. These cues communicate embodied presence, a signal to your own energy field to stay aligned. Step 6. Sensory override, if needed. In overstimulating places, override the external with intentional focus. Chew mint or gum. Use essential oils on the wrist or collar. Wear noise-canceling headphones. Repeat a mantra internally while walking. These tools stop external data from flooding your system. They act like a manual override. Step 7. Exit protocol. Once you leave the environment, clear. Immediately. Don't wait to shake it off. Be deliberate. Use a grounding breath. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 8. Visualize residual energy sliding off your back and feet. Speak. All external energy now leaves my field. I send it to source or return it to origin. My field is mine again. Then drink water. Wash your hands or face. Touch the earth if possible. These reset your body and signal your nervous system that the event is over. Now let's address a deeper layer. Some chaos doesn't come from crowds. It comes from people close to you. Friends, family, partners, co-workers. You can't always shield physically, but you can protect with something even more powerful: language. Next, we will explore how the words yes and no become energetic weapons or shields, depending on how you use them. You've just learned how to navigate chaos by anchoring your field. You've built shielding for high-pressure environments. But protection doesn't stop with energy alone. Sometimes the invasion comes through words, and your greatest defense in those moments is not a visualization. It's not a shield. It's your voice. Let's strip this down. Every yes is a contract. Every no is a shield. But most people speak those words from fear, guilt, people-pleasing, or habit. And in doing so, they give away more energy than they realize. Saying yes when you mean no? Leak. Saying no while feeling guilty? Partial leak. Avoiding the decision altogether? Open field. This chapter will show you how to speak with energy, not just words. Because psychic boundaries begin with language. Let's start here. Your energy field responds to the words you speak about yourself and to others. And those words either reinforce containment or open entry points. So if you say, "Sure, I'll do it," while internally screaming no, you've just split your field. That split becomes visible to parasitic patterns. That split becomes a beacon to projections. That split becomes your weak point. Now imagine this instead. No, I'm not available for that. Spoken from a grounded, clear, non-reactive place. That sentence seals your field. It acts as a boundary. It repels confusion. And it instantly reorganizes the dynamic. This is not just communication. It's frequency calibration. Here's the formula. Voice plus intention plus emotion equals energetic authority. You don't need to yell. You don't need to justify. But you must be clear. Because any hesitation, guilt, or wobble is a crack in your boundary. That's how people find ways back in. That's how energy gets stuck. That's how psychic entanglement happens, through compromised words. Let's work with the two words directly. The sacred no stops energy from entering, closes open circuits, ends contracts, establishes boundaries, clarifies identity. A sacred no is not rude. It's not rejection. It's clarity. No, I won't continue this conversation. No, that's not acceptable. No, I'm not a match for that energy. Each no is a line in the field. Crossing it triggers consequence. The sacred yes opens portals of trust, aligns your energy with your intention, anchors you in chosen agreements, generates spiritual momentum. A sacred yes is not reactive. It's not habitual. It's not spoken to avoid conflict. Yes, I'm available for deep presence. Yes, I want to hold space, but only when I'm nourished. Yes, I allow love into this field, without expectation. Each yes is a contract, and when spoken cleanly, it attracts coherence. Now apply this practically. The next time someone asks for your time, attention, or energy, pause. Check 3 things. Is my body relaxed or tight? Is my breath slow or shallow? Is my yes/no coming from peace or pressure? Then speak with intention. Let me check with myself first. I want to be fully available for this. Let's revisit tomorrow. That doesn't feel aligned for me right now. No explanation. No apology. Just clarity. Energetic mastery is not just frequency, it's communication. And every unclear word you speak weakens your field. This is why highly intuitive people often feel drained. They say yes to things that contradict their internal knowing. They say no from guilt instead of clarity. They speak in ways that leak energy instead of channeling it. The solution is not silence. It's clean speech. Practice these voice-based tools. Speak 1 intentional no each day. Speak 1 aligned yes only when you feel fully centered. Decline something without explaining why. Say yes to yourself before saying yes to anyone else. Pause before all verbal agreements, even if they seem small. Each of these resets your field. Each teaches your nervous system that your voice is your authority. Now that you've strengthened your vocal boundaries, there's a deeper dimension waiting. Because beyond your current identity, there's a part of you already doing this, your multidimensional self. Next, we will meet that aspect of your consciousness, the you who's already shielding, guiding, and watching over this timeline. You've now taken authority over your field with language. You've turned yes and no into energetic weapons of clarity. You've learned that sovereignty doesn't begin with visualization. It begins with voice. But even voice has a limit. Because sometimes your protection isn't coming from this version of you. Sometimes your greatest shield is already active, in a version of you beyond time. This chapter reveals a critical truth. You are not alone in your defense. There's a part of you already awakened, already trained, already sovereign, that has been holding the line behind the scenes. This is your multidimensional self. Let's get precise. Your identity in this moment is not the full expression of you. It's one coordinate in a larger network of your soul's presence across timelines, dimensions, and roles. Other versions of you exist right now, some more advanced, some less evolved, some still entangled, some completely free. And among them, there is one or several that already understand energetic shielding, field intelligence, quantum mechanics, and spiritual boundaries at a level far beyond what you're learning here. These aspects are not fictional. They are functional. They have knowledge. They have codes. And in moments of chaos, synchronicity, or unexplainable clarity, you've already felt them step in. That was you, but at another octave. Most people dismiss these experiences. I just knew what to do. Something told me to move. I felt like I wasn't alone inside my own thoughts. They weren't random. They were interventions. You've been protected more times than you realize by the you that exists beyond linear thinking. And now it's time to form a conscious relationship with that part. This isn't fantasy. This isn't roleplay. This is alignment. When your timeline version syncs with a multidimensional self that already lives in sovereignty, a transfer begins. You receive shielding templates, energetic muscle memory, faster discernment, inherited boundary reflexes, field correction protocols. It's like receiving a software update from yourself. Here's how to begin. Step 1. Open the line of contact. Sit still. Breathe slowly. Say, I now connect with the version of me that exists in full sovereignty. The self that shields with precision. The self that is beyond fear. The self that remembers. Close your eyes. Feel into that request. You may feel tingling, shifting, heat, emotion. That's alignment activating. Step 2. Invite the merge. This is not channeling. This is integration. Say aloud, I now welcome the frequency of my multidimensional protector. I allow this version of me to inform my field, train my instincts, and upgrade my shielding. Now visualize a stream of light from above, below, or beside moving into your core. Let it settle behind your heart, spine, or solar plexus. This is your anchoring point. The merge happens at the level of frequency, not thought. Step 3. Ask for instruction. Now that connection is made, speak clearly. Show me what I need to strengthen my field. Reveal what I've forgotten. Guide me toward my next layer of clarity. Then listen. Don't force. Don't interpret. Let the intelligence rise. It may come as a word, a symbol, a knowing, posture, a change in breath. Trust it. This is you remembering how to be energetically advanced. Step 4. Set the signal for reconnection. To call this aspect of yourself at any time, set a trigger phrase or movement. Example, touch the heart center and say, Protector, align. Or place your palms together and say, Higher self, initiate field sync. The moment you say this, the merge occurs. And over time, it becomes automatic. You think less about shielding because your field remembers what to do. Let's bring it back to reality. When your field is influenced by this multidimensional self, you stop second-guessing energetic decisions. You sense danger or incoherence before it enters the room. You protect with instinct, not just reaction. You speak in clear tones that transmit boundary. You walk with less doubt, more presence. You become the version of yourself that once seemed far away. And once that aspect is online, you're ready to meet your extended protection network, your ancestral and spiritual allies. Because while your multidimensional self is internal, the next level of armor is relational. Next, we will call forward the support that's always been waiting to surround you. Soul armor from ancestors, guides, and interdimensional protectors. You've now activated the multidimensional you, the protector already encoded into your soul's higher bandwidth. You've invited that aspect to merge, instruct, and stabilize your shielding process. And now, it's time to take your defense system to its most supported form. Not isolated, not solo, not all on your shoulders, because you've never been meant to shield alone. This chapter initiates you into a deeper layer of defense. Soul armor. This is armor woven not only by your intention, but by the presence of trusted energetic allies, ancestors, guides, interdimensional support. Let's be clear from the start. This is not about fantasy. This is about resonant alignment. Many people speak of calling in ancestors without recognizing what that really means. Ancestral protection is not just about bloodline. It's about frequency lineage. It's about calling on those who lived, moved, and protected in a way that resonates with your current mission. They may be biological. They may be spiritual. They may be energetic lineages you've forgotten you belong to. But they are available. And their role isn't just comfort. It's fortification. Here's how to activate your soul armor. Step 1. Open the lineage gate. Speak aloud. I now call forward the ancestors, allies, and protectors who walk in alignment with my sovereignty, clarity, and evolution. I open only to those in pure integrity. I reject interference, distortion, and deceit. Let those who guard truth stand with me now. This opens the channel. Only energies aligned to sovereignty may pass. Step 2. Sense the presence. Don't force images. Don't wait for visions. Just feel. Some may come as heat, chills, or weight. Some may arrive with symbols, tones, or color. Some simply stabilize your field without drama. This is subtle resonance. It doesn't need a name. It needs clarity. Step 3. Request armor weaving. Now speak. I invite your wisdom into the weave of my field. Teach me the texture of soul-level protection. Wrap my body in memory, power, and presence. Now visualize a layer of energetic armor forming on your shoulders, chest, arms. Material that feels sacred, woven from intention, not metal. It may look like chainmail, silk, bark, feathers, geometric patterns. Whatever forms, trust it. This is intelligent shielding. It carries ancestral codes, memories of battles, wisdom, oaths, and resilience. Step 4. Anchor the armor with word. Complete the invocation with, I wear what I've earned. I carry what protects. My armor is alive. It serves only my truth. Now feel how your posture shifts. Feel how your presence settles. You've just completed one of the highest forms of spiritual shielding, relational defense. This armor is not for battle. It's not a weapon. It is memory activated. Memory of who you are, who stood before you, who stands with you. Each piece is woven with your lineage, your choice, and your sovereignty. A few key reminders. Never call guides from desperation. Only clarity. Never open to whatever is out there. Name your standard. Never assume anything invisible is safe. Discern first. Welcome later. This is protection with maturity. Over time, this armor evolves. It may thicken in grief, soften in joy, extend in ritual. Let it live. Speak to it before sleep. Thank it after confrontation. Adjust it as you grow. This is not a costume. It's an extension of your energetic lineage. And now that your field is protected from all sides, internal and external, it's time to keep it clean. You're shielded. You're armored. Now you must stay clear. Next, we will walk through the most potent, compact, and sustainable set of habits to maintain your field daily, your personal quantum hygiene ritual kit. You've now summoned your multidimensional protector. You've woven armor with your ancestors and guides. You've aligned with intelligence beyond this single timeline to guard your energy field. Now comes the most overlooked part of any high-frequency life: maintenance. This chapter will train you in compact, high-impact rituals for psychic self-care. Rituals that don't drain your time but renew your field. Because shielding isn't enough if your energy is still sticky, frayed, or clouded with static. Protection is a structure, but clarity is a rhythm. Without rhythm, stagnation creeps in. Without movement, resonance fades. Without hygiene, even a shielded field becomes dense. This isn't about religion. It isn't about ceremony. It's about energetic upkeep, practical, daily, quantum hygiene. Let's begin with one truth. You're not here to constantly cleanse. You're here to stay clear. Cleansing isn't damage control. It's hygiene. Like brushing teeth, it's quiet, consistent, and non-negotiable. The more you practice small rituals consistently, the less you'll need emergency shielding, dramatic detoxes, or energetic recovery periods. Think of these rituals like energetic floss. Simple, fast, essential. Here's your baseline system. 3 times a day: morning, midday, evening. Each one requires no more than 2 to 3 minutes. Each one clears, resets, and retunes your frequency. Let's walk through them. Morning ritual. Field alignment before exposure. Before your feet hit the floor, your field is still pliable. Here's what to do immediately after waking. 3 grounding breaths. Inhale through the nose, exhale through the mouth slowly. Field check. Ask silently, is everything in this field mine? Feel for hesitation, emotion, or thoughts that don't feel like you. Command phrase. Say aloud or internally, I reclaim my energy from all places, all people, all dreams. I seal my field with clarity and presence. Activate light layer. Visualize a soft gold or white glow surrounding your body. Not armor, just a signature that says, this is me. I'm awake. Optional add-on. Hold your hand over your chest or solar plexus for 10 seconds, anchoring presence. That's your morning hygiene. No candles, no smudging, just conscious return. Midday reset. Frequency recalibration. Around noon, or whenever you've interacted with people, tech, or noise, do a field rinse. Here's how. Find a private moment. A bathroom stall, stairwell, parked car, or even just turning your back. Close your eyes. Feel your body. Name one sensation. Quick release scan. Say, I release all cords, projections, and residues that are not mine. All non-coherent energy now exits my field. Visual pulse. Imagine a short shockwave of light pulsing outward from your core. One breath, one push. Auditory anchor if safe to do. Click your tongue. Whisper a tone. This breaks static and reasserts your signature. Optional add-on. touch your lower belly and repeat, I am here, I am clear, I am centered. That's your midday recalibration. No performance, just field hygiene. Evening purge, detox and sealing ritual. Before sleep, your body prepares to process the unseen. If you don't clear the day's energy before entering dream space, you carry unresolved residue into the astral. Don't skip this. Here's your 3-minute ritual. Stand or sit still. Eyes closed. Hands open. Feel the weight of the day sliding off. Speak clearly. I now release all borrowed energy. I return all that is not mine to its source with neutrality. I call back my full presence. I seal my field for peaceful sleep. Breath sweep. Inhale while mentally scanning from crown to toes. Exhale and visualize static flushing down into the ground. Seal the dream field. Picture a soft dome of energy around your bed or body. Add this line. Only healing, truthful, coherent energies may enter my dream space. Optional add-on. Place a stone, glass of water, or charged object near your bed to collect residue overnight. That's your foundational ritual cycle. Morning, midday, evening. You can add more, but don't do less. Because the moment you stop maintaining clarity, distortion finds the gaps. Now let's talk about field audits. Even with daily maintenance, you still absorb. Not because you're weak, but because you're porous by design. The key is recognizing quickly what isn't yours. That's where the 5-step energy audit comes in. Next, we will uncover the exact process for identifying and releasing absorbed energies, so you stop carrying emotional noise that doesn't belong to you. You've established your daily rituals. You've committed to morning, midday, and evening field hygiene. You've now created a rhythm of clarity. But even the most shielded, grounded, and practiced energy field will still absorb. And here's where most people falter. They feel something heavy, off, or chaotic, and immediately assume it's theirs. And from that false assumption, they spiral. They overprocess. They emotionalize static. They take on karma that never belonged to them. They try to heal wounds that were only passing through. This chapter teaches you how to ask the most important energetic question. Is it mine? This single question is the doorway to energetic sovereignty. Here's the truth. You are a tuning fork. You pick up information through empathy, thought resonance, aura interaction, mirror neurons, quantum entanglement. Some of what you feel is not yours. It's data, the signal, it's noise. If you don't audit that signal, you get infected by it. This is where the 5-step energetic audit becomes your diagnostic tool. Use it anytime you feel emotional heaviness, sudden mood shifts, confusion, fatigue, overwhelm, looping thoughts. Takes less than 5 minutes. It's like running a virus scan on your field. Step 1. Sensation spotting. Ask, where do I feel this? Don't analyze. Locate. It might be chest tightness, gut pressure, jaw clenching, forehead tension, shoulder weight. Name it. I feel tightness in my chest. I feel heat in my face. Naming sensation brings it into awareness. That's step 1 in neutralizing it. Step 2. Ownership inquiry. Now ask, is this mine? Then wait. Don't answer with logic. Feel for a yes, no, or maybe. If yes, proceed to explore the emotion. If no, prepare to release. If unsure, continue through the next steps. The body knows before the brain admits. Let it tell you the truth. Step 3. Source mapping. Ask, where might this have come from? Scan back through a person you interacted with, a place you passed through, a piece of content you consumed, a memory that resurfaced. Name the possible source without judgment. This might be my coworker's anxiety. This feels like social media residue. This came up after passing someone upset. Mapping the source dissolves unconscious entanglement. Step 4. Disentanglement command. Now speak clearly. If this is not mine, I release it now. I return all borrowed energy. I cut all non-consensual cords. I reclaim my clarity. Then take one strong exhale. As you breathe out, Feel the release through your skin or spine. Optional. Shake your hands. Roll your shoulders. Touch the earth. This physically unhooks lingering static. Step 5. Signature recall. To re-anchor, speak. This is what I feel like. Now name one quality of your truest self. Centered. Still. Sharp. Warm. Neutral. Feel that quality return. Hold it in your body for one breath cycle. That's you returning to your own signal. This 5-step audit rewires the assumption that you must process everything you feel. Because truthfully, most of what you feel isn't even yours. You're not here to carry every vibration. You're here to respond to what's authentic. That's the difference between absorption and attunement. Absorption, I feel it so I take it. Attunement, I feel it so I discern it. This one shift protects you more than any ritual. Now that you've trained your discernment, it's time to address the people who absorb more than most. Empaths. Next, we will explore the psychic sponge phenomenon, why empaths absorb energy so easily, and how to shield yourself without shutting down your sensitivity. You've now trained your ability to audit the energy within your field. You know how to stop, ask, scan, and reset. You've reclaimed your signature again and again. But for some of you, that clarity disappears fast. The emotions return. The thoughts flood back in. The field feels porous again, too quickly. Why? Because some people weren't born with filters. They were born as receivers. If that's you, welcome to the core of this chapter. You're not weak. You're not overly emotional. You're not too sensitive. You're an empath. And empaths require a completely different level of energetic hygiene. This is the psychic sponge phenomenon. Let's clarify one thing. Empathy is not an identity. It's a nervous system configuration. It's not a label for being nice. It's the result of an amplified mirror neuron system, a more open aura, and a deep encoding of energetic attunement. Your system doesn't just notice feelings. It merges with them. And if you don't understand that, your life becomes emotional turbulence on repeat. Here's what happens to empaths. You walk into a room and immediately feel the emotional temperature before hearing a word. You speak to someone and your chest tightens, but you can't tell why. You watch a video and carry the mood of it for hours. You avoid crowds not because you dislike people, but because you can't turn off the intake. That's not imagined. That's not dramatic. That's sponge syndrome. You are a psychic absorber unless trained otherwise. Let's break this down. There are 3 core mechanisms behind empathic absorption. 1. Unfiltered resonance. Your field doesn't hold a strong enough filter between you and them. You don't know where you end and others begin. You feel their sadness as if it's yours, because your aura lacks strong boundary insulation. 2. Permission-based merging. Many empaths unconsciously merge with others out of love, guilt, or duty. You've been conditioned to believe that helping means absorbing. So you say, "I'll carry this for you," and you do, until your body collapses from carrying too much energy that was never yours. 3. Frequency identity confusion. You've felt so many people's feelings for so long that you don't actually know your baseline. So you use other people's energy to define how you feel. You scan others to orient yourself. That's dangerous, because you've outsourced your frequency to your surroundings. Now that you see the mechanisms, let's be blunt. Empaths are prime targets for energetic interference. Why? Because they keep their field open without realizing it. They confuse openness with compassion. They confuse absorption with connection. And entities, projections, and unconscious hooks slip right in. Your sensitivity isn't the problem. Your lack of structure is. Here's what empaths must do differently. Begin the day with shielding, not just centering. If you're a sponge, centering without shielding only makes you a more stable absorber. That's not enough. Break sympathy loops. You can love someone and still not carry their pain. You can hold space without matching frequency. Repeat this phrase. I witness. I do not carry. Track your field hourly. Empaths must run internal diagnostics far more often. Ask, who am I feeling right now? Then scan. and release anything not yours. Use structured boundaries in conversation. When someone vents to you, say aloud or internally, "I listen with presence, but I do not receive residue." You're not being cold. You're preserving energetic sustainability. Train detachment as a skill. Detachment is not apathy. It's not avoidance. It's the ability to stay centered in your own signal while still caring. You can't fix the world by becoming its emotional landfill. You help more people by staying resonantly clear, because clarity is contagious. Your sovereignty becomes a field, and that field teaches others to hold their own emotional weight. You don't rescue people from drowning by jumping into the water. You anchor the boat so they have something stable to reach for. Now let's go deeper. There's a level beyond shielding for empaths. A frequency where you don't have to constantly protect because you're simply unshakably you. Next, we will claim that identity. You'll learn to embody your full signature so clearly that your energy becomes untouchable. Not by force, but by truth. You've now faced the truth of empathic absorption. You've seen how your open field has made you a sponge for energetic noise. You've taken steps to shield, observe, and detach with clarity. But there's something even more powerful than protection. Something beyond the need to defend, deflect, or diagnose. This chapter is about identity at frequency level. It's about becoming so saturated in your own energetic truth that outside interference can't even find a place to land. This is energetic sovereignty. And once achieved, it becomes the ultimate protection. Let's start with a definition. Energetic sovereignty is the stabilization of your own vibrational frequency, the refusal to outsource identity to circumstance or emotional environment, the anchoring of your presence in such truth that your field becomes a non-negotiable signal. It's not about high vibes, it's about accurate vibes, not positive, not negative, authentic. When you become sovereign, you're no longer a sponge. You're no longer over-explaining. You're no longer scanning people to feel safe. You stop editing your frequency to make others comfortable. You are you, all the way, all the time, without defense, without apology. That is the shield that can't be punctured. To embody this, you must train your system to recognize and return to your true signature. This is your baseline frequency, the vibration of who you are when all interference is removed. How do you find it? You subtract. Here's how. Step 1. Remove stimulus. Sit without music, without scent, without screens, without stimulation. Let your system settle. Most people confuse reaction with identity. You must let the reactivity fade. Step 2. Track core emotion. Once still, ask, what is the emotional tone of my being without input? Not what you're thinking, what you're feeling. You might discover stillness, warmth, calm alertness, centered neutrality, expansive presence. That tone is your signature. Step 3. Anchor with phrase. Now give that tone language. Name it. Example, I am clear and steady. I hold calm neutrality. My signal is expansive precision. Repeat it until it vibrates in your chest, not just your mind. This phrase becomes your energetic home address. Repeat it anytime your field starts to wobble. Step 4. Hold the signal. Once identified, you must practice holding your signature in various environments. In noise, in disagreement, in silence, in beauty, in discomfort. This teaches your field not to shift its shape to match the room. You walk in already tuned, and you stay that way. Now the final step. Step 5. Speak as sovereignty. You can't hold the energy of sovereignty if your words betray it. Watch for these leaks. Apologizing for having needs, diminishing your opinions, delaying boundaries, softening truth for acceptance. Sovereignty doesn't mean aggression. It means precision. Say what is true. Say what is needed. Say what aligns with your field. Without tone. Without performance. Just truth. Energetic sovereignty isn't a one-time choice. It's a daily calibration. You're choosing to stop asking the world, am I okay? and instead you radiate, I am. That's enough. And that frequency becomes impossible to distort. Now that you've stabilized your signal, we're ready for the highest form of protection. Frequency armor is not a shield you build. It's the vibration you rise to. Next, we will reveal how your vibration becomes a firewall of light, not by intention, but by frequency. You've anchored your energetic sovereignty. You've discovered your true baseline signature. You've stopped asking the world to confirm your stability and started radiating it from within. But here's the quantum truth most people miss. You don't always need to block, deflect, or defend, because the highest form of shielding isn't external. It's not a barrier. It's a frequency so elevated that distortion can't survive in it. This chapter is about frequency armor, the protection you don't build, the protection you become. Let's be clear, frequency elevation isn't spiritual bypassing. It's not about good vibes only. It's not about running from darkness. It's about becoming so attuned to your core vibration, so coherent, so clean, so stabilized, that incoherent frequencies literally can't access you. Not because you blocked them, but because they don't match. Frequency armor is real, and it operates under one universal rule, like attracts like. Low frequencies, fear, manipulation, projection, parasitism, require resonance. They need something in your field to hook into. Some match, some echo, some opening. But when your frequency is clear and high, they slide off. They can't hold. They decay. Let's unpack what frequency really is. It's not just a mood. It's a composite state made up of your dominant thoughts, your emotional baseline, your subconscious programs, your cellular memory, your energetic intention, your nervous system tone. All of these form a broadcast, a signal your field emits. And that signal is either available to interference or immune to it. The goal isn't perfection. The goal is coherence. Coherence means your inner world matches your outer signal. No faking, no forced positivity, no performance, just clarity, consistency, congruence. That's the armor. Not what you show, what you are. Here's how to begin building frequency armor. Step 1. Identify your disruptors. These are the habits, inputs, or patterns that lower your baseline. Examples: doom scrolling before bed, engaging in guilt-based interactions, consuming emotionally violent content, internalizing others' moods, overcommitting from fear of rejection, thinking in loops of lack, resentment, or self-doubt. Every time you engage these, you fracture your coherence. You drop frequency. You open access points. Begin by eliminating one disruptor per week. Not as punishment, but as field discipline. Step 2. Choose frequency anchors. These are the habits, actions, or tools that stabilize or elevate your signature. Examples: listening to music that makes you feel clean, alert, or whole. Speaking truth even when it's uncomfortable. Drinking water with conscious intention. Moving your body with presence. Spending time in silence or aligned environments. Remembering who you are daily. Your anchors should not be dramatic. They should be sustainable. Even 5 minutes a day of aligned frequency is stronger than an hour of forced spiritual practice. Consistency, intensity. Step 3. Monitor field tone in real time. Start asking this question throughout your day. What am I broadcasting right now? Not what you're thinking, not what you're saying, what you're emitting. Catch when your frequency slips. Not to judge, to adjust. This is the difference between unconscious absorption and quantum sovereignty. You are aware of what you're putting out. You tune yourself like an instrument. Step 4. Practice holding elevated states. Elevation doesn't mean ecstasy. It means truth, presence, awake awareness. Here are 3 elevated states to cultivate. Neutral compassion, caring without merging. Grounded joy, lightness that doesn't float away. Clear determination, focus without stress. Sit in each for 2 to 3 minutes a day. Not to escape the world, to recode your field. Now let's bring this home. When your frequency holds, nothing incoherent sticks. Projections bounce. Entities fail to anchor. Psychic attacks dissolve before reaching you. Because your field isn't inviting resonance. It's transmitting truth. And that truth is your armor. You've learned to shield, cloak, mirror, firewall. But all those tools have one goal. To bring you here. To the state where you no longer defend. Because nothing distorted can penetrate your signal. But even elevated frequencies face challenges. Sometimes protection falters. And when that happens, it's not failure, it's curriculum. Next, we will explore what happens when shielding doesn't hold, and how to transmute the lessons psychic attacks carry. You've built layers of protection. You've anchored your field. You've elevated your frequency. You've become a sovereign, shielded, radiant point of clarity. And then, a wave hits, a dream invades, your stomach tightens, your thoughts spiral, something breaches. In that moment, it's easy to ask, what did I do wrong? But this chapter offers a deeper truth. Sometimes the breach isn't a breakdown, it's a breakthrough. Psychic attacks don't always signal failure. They often signal initiation. Let's clarify. A psychic attack is not just someone sending you bad vibes. It can also be an invasive thought loop that won't stop. A sudden wave of shame, rage, or fear without clear cause. A draining interaction that lingers for hours or days. An entity attachment or projection that disrupts your sleep. A sudden energetic heaviness after a digital or physical exchange. They come in many forms. And when they hit, they feel invasive. So why does this happen, especially to the spiritually aware? Here are 3 core reasons. 1. You've leveled up, now you're visible. Growth shines like a signal in the quantum. Entities, projections, and unresolved karmic cords can see your rising frequency. Some try to test it. Others try to hook into it. This isn't punishment. It's proof you're broadcasting louder. 2. Old contracts are being challenged. Your field might still carry unconscious agreements, karmic, ancestral, or soul level. Attacks show up when those contracts are ready to dissolve, but haven't yet been released. The interference is the call to sever. 3. You're being refined. Psychic attacks often trigger the exact wound you've avoided addressing. Why? Because the quantum doesn't waste energy. Every intrusion points to a blind spot. Where were you still porous? Where did you still seek external validation? Where did fear still reside unexamined? The attack becomes the teacher. Now, let's walk through how to respond when protection fails. Step 1. Pause the spiral. When you feel a hit, don't go into panic, victim mode, or projection. Stop. Breathe. Say aloud. Something just impacted my field. I witness it. I don't fuse with it. This halts the entanglement. Neutrality is your first defense. Step 2. Scan for entry point. Ask, where did this connect? Common access points, solar plexus, willpower breach, heart, emotional guilt or betrayal, crown, distorted spiritual info, sacral, sexual or creative invasion, throat, unspoken truth. Identify the doorway, not to blame yourself, but to seal it. Step 3. Purge the residue. Use active clearing, breath and tone, shaking the body, speaking a command. I revoke consent for any energy not aligned with truth. I break all cords, contracts, and hooks now. Repeat as needed. Add visualization. Cord snapping, sludge dissolving, light flooding. The purge must be embodied. Step 4. Ask the attack what it came to reveal. This is the alchemy step. Say, why now? What is this intrusion teaching me? What part of me was ready to evolve? Journal the answer. Speak it aloud. Sit with it. Now you're not reacting to the attack. You're harvesting wisdom. Step 5. Upgrade the field. Once purged and processed, you upgrade. Say, I receive the lesson. I seal the learning into my field. My energy is now refined, clearer, and wiser. Let that be the final layer. Because every psychic hit, when navigated consciously, builds a stronger architecture. Now ask this: what part of me allowed this because it still believed I wasn't worthy of peace? That's the deepest frequency you're here to resolve. Not just protection, but permission. When you stop permitting distortion, you stop attracting it. You've learned how to neutralize interference. You've discovered that even an attack can be a gift. Now it's time to go one level higher. How do you reflect interference back without retaliation? Next, we will train you in the art of quantum bounce back. A way to hold the field so cleanly that distortion returns to sender without effort, malice, or karmic cost. You've now witnessed the value hidden in psychic interference. You've stopped labeling every breach as failure. You've turned attacks into alchemy, lessons that refine your frequency and harden your clarity. But now it's time to learn a higher move. A move that protects without engaging, neutralizes without absorbing, and deflects without creating backlash. This is the art of quantum bounce back. Let's define it clearly. Bounce back is not retaliation. It's not defense. It's not revenge cloaked in love. Bounce back is energetic clarity so pure, so unentangled, that distortion returns to its source. Not because you forced it, but because it simply cannot root in your field. It's a mirror, not a weapon. A law of energy, not an act of force. Here's the key principle. Whatever doesn't resonate with your field must resolve or return. This is quantum law. No matching frequency, no resonance. No resonance, no hook. No hook, no harm. What remains? Bounce back. The energy circles back automatically, and it teaches the sender through their own echo. Let's walk through what this looks like in practice. Scenario: someone sends you energetic malice. You feel it: anxiety, distortion, thoughts that aren't yours, a sudden energetic heaviness. Old habit: you absorb, react, defend, or spiral. New pattern: you witness and let it rebound. How? You become the mirror. Step 1: acknowledge but don't merge. Say aloud or internally, "This is not mine. I do not engage. I do not return harm. I allow energy to return to its source with neutrality." This is non-entanglement. It's not suppression. It's clarity. You are aware, but not participating. Step 2: set the bounce field. Now visualize a reflective surface forming in your field, just outside your auric boundary. This is not a block. It's a quantum mirror. It doesn't absorb. It reflects. It transmits a simple truth. This doesn't belong here. No hostility. No judgment. Just a frequency message. Return. Step 3: maintain inner stillness. This is the most important part. No retaliation. No emotional spike. No fantasies of punishment. If you retaliate, the energy loop continues. If you emote aggressively, the hook re-engages. If you stay still, the loop completes itself. The bounce happens automatically when your vibration holds neutrality. Step 4: speak the completion. Close with, "I now close this energetic exchange. All energies not aligned with my frequency return to their rightful place. May all be transformed in accordance with higher law." This is not a spell. It's field closure. You are ending the transaction. Quantum bounce back teaches a rare mastery. You can be powerful without being combative. You can be clear without being cold. You can be protected without being harsh. This becomes especially important when you realize that most attacks aren't intentional. They're unconscious. People project pain without knowing. Old cords tighten without awareness. Hooks are cast from fear, not malice. Bounce back honors all that, but refuses to carry it. And here's the deeper layer. Sometimes the attack isn't sent at all. Sometimes the entry point is already open. Portal, a leak, a subconscious invitation. And if you don't seal those, you'll keep reflecting energy that keeps finding a way in. Next, we will uncover those accidental openings. The energetic portals you didn't even realize you'd left unlocked. You've now learned how to reflect attacks without engaging. You've stopped absorbing, You've stopped retaliating. You've become a clean mirror, transmitting only clarity and letting interference resolve itself. But what if energy keeps returning? What if attacks bounce back, only to find their way in again? What if you're caught in cycles of purging the same energies over and over? Then it's time to ask a harder question. What openings in your field are you not seeing? Because not all interference is aggressive. Much of it is invited. Not consciously, but energetically. This chapter will teach you how to find and close portals in your field. Let's define it. An energetic portal is a recurring entry point in your auric system, a subtle, often unconscious invitation to external energy, a vibrational opening caused by trauma, unresolved emotion, repetitive thoughts, or spiritual habits. These portals are not evil. They're not demonic. They are vulnerabilities, and they must be identified without shame, fear, or drama. Here are the 4 most common types of portals. 1. Trauma loops. Every unresolved trauma stores memory in the body. If not cleared, that memory becomes a resonance beacon. You subconsciously attract people with similar pain, scenarios that echo the original event, energies that feed on the wound's charge. The loop becomes an opening. Example: unresolved betrayal may invite constant tests of loyalty, not to punish you, but because the field is broadcasting, "I'm not healed. Please confirm." 2. Obsessive thought forms. Thoughts repeated enough become energetic constructs. If fixated on a person, fear, desire, or outcome, they open a tether. That tether becomes a two-way channel. You may be replaying conversations, fantasizing negative outcomes, worrying about others constantly, feeling people inside your head. Those thought forms hold emotional charge, and that charge opens doors. 3. Overinvocation. Spiritual practice can become a portal if it lacks discernment. Examples: constantly calling in guides without setting intention, leaving energy altars open day and night, channeling without clear boundary, using open-ended phrases like, "I call in all help." This is not devotion. This is open circuitry. And open circuits invite everything, not just the good. 4. Energetic guilt contracts. If you feel responsible for someone else's suffering, you may subconsciously allow energetic access. This creates a portal through sacrificial empathy, identity enmeshment, old soul contracts that say, "I'll carry this for you." These portals don't just invite energy. They keep you entangled with people who drain you. Now, how do you find these? With a practice called field mapping. It's not complicated. It's precise. Here's how. Field mapping. Portal identification protocol. Sit quietly, eyes closed. Say aloud, "I request full awareness of any open portals in my energetic field." Scan your body. Where feels cold? Where feels heavy? Where feels tingling, static, or numb? Note the location. Throat, unspoken truth portal. Sacral, obsession or entanglement portal. Chest, trauma echo portal. Crown, overinvocation or belief loop. Ask internally, what caused this portal to open? Let the memory or image arise. You may see a person, a scene, or a pattern. That's the access point. Now to close it. Portal sealing ritual. Speak with precision. I now acknowledge the portal opened by insert cause. I no longer require this experience. I release all associated energies. I now seal this opening fully. Visualize golden or violet light spiraling into the opening, weaving it shut. Then a final pulse of your own signature, locking it in. Anchor it. Touch your body where the portal was. Say, "This space is now sovereign. My field is sealed and whole." Exhale completely. This completes the closure. But your system may still adjust over hours or days. Final step. Portal audit mantra. Daily. Use this sentence in the morning or before sleep. I revoke all open invitations to distortion. My field holds only resonance with truth. All portals now seal in alignment with my evolution. Make it part of your routine, because the strongest fields aren't just armored, they are free of hidden access points. You've now learned to bounce back interference and seal the very spaces where it enters. But now we ask, what about your environment? Your devices? Your tech? Next, we will explore the energetic influence of technology, how your aura interacts with EMFs, algorithms, and subtle digital programming, and how to shield in the digital domain. You've now begun identifying energetic portals. You've learned how trauma, obsession, overinvocation, and guilt form openings. You've practiced field mapping. You've learned the ritual of sealing with intention and clarity. But now it's time to go beyond portals. Because not every energetic breach is an open door. Some are hairline fractures. Some are rips, holes, tears, small but cumulative. This chapter is about sealing auric leaks, subtle, continuous drains in your field that bleed life force without notice. These leaks won't always attract entities. They may not invite projections, but they deplete you, quietly, constantly, and if not addressed, they weaken your entire energetic system. Let's define what a leak is. An auric leak is a point in your energy field where cohesion is compromised. A weak spot created by energetic exhaustion, suppression, or neglect. A subtle opening that bleeds energy into your environment. Unlike portals, leaks aren't about invitation. They're about erosion. Imagine a bucket with pinholes. It may look full, but over time it drains. That's your field with leaks. Here are the most common causes of auric leaks. 1. Unprocessed emotion. When you suppress anger, grief, disappointment, or shame, they don't disappear. They cluster. And those clusters thin your field over time. You don't need to constantly process emotions, but you do need to move them. When you don't, the unexpressed energy creates internal friction that wears your aura down from the inside. 2. Energetic overextension. Leaking happens when you give too much, too often, without restoration. This includes excessive caretaking, performing emotional labor, holding space for people who drain you, working in overstimulating environments without breaks. Each overreach becomes a microtear, especially when done from guilt, fear, or obligation. 3. Neglected body-mind connection. Your aura responds to the body. When you neglect hydration, breath, posture, sleep, your field sags. Energetic leaks follow physical stagnation. They cluster around the neck, unspoken truth, lower back, support imbalance, eyes, information overload. The aura doesn't end at the skin. It listens to your every biological signal. 4. Spiritual exhaustion. Too much seeking, clearing, channeling, or spiritual processing without embodiment can weaken your auric structure. Yes, even healing can create leaks when it's obsessive or ungrounded. Balance matters. When you chase upgrade after upgrade without anchoring, your system becomes fragile instead of resilient. Now let's walk through how to locate and seal these subtle leaks. You'll use a three-phase technique: detection, repair, reinforcement. Phase 1, detection, the leak scan. Sit or stand comfortably. No need for perfect posture. Close your eyes. Take a full breath in. Exhale slowly. Now begin mentally scanning from your crown to your feet, imagining a translucent shell around your body. Ask, where is energy slipping through? Let your body guide you. You may feel tingling, air movement, coldness, a sudden flash of memory or sensation. That's your leak location. Don't analyze, just note. Phase 2, repair, the seal invocation. Once you've found a leak, place a hand near it if accessible. Then speak with focused tone. This point in my field is acknowledged. I now reclaim this space with clarity and coherence. The leak is sealed. The breach is healed. Now visualize a thread of light weaving the tear shut, liquid gold pouring over the area, a pulsing glow reinforcing the boundary. Hold that image for 3 full breaths. Phase 3, reinforcement, anchoring coherence. Once sealed, stabilize. You do this by anchoring your energetic signature into the repaired zone. Place your hand on your heart. Speak. My field is whole. My field is stable. My field reflects my truth. Now imagine your entire aura filled with your personal color, tone, or pattern. Whatever feels like you, let it spread until it fills every inch of your energy body. This is energetic cohesion. Repeat this entire protocol weekly, or anytime you feel drained without cause, emotionally flat, foggy despite rest, disconnected from your body. Field repair is not dramatic. It's essential maintenance. You don't wait for your roof to collapse before checking for leaks. You check often, so the structure holds. Next, we turn our attention to one of the biggest sources of unseen energetic damage: technology. You're constantly interfacing with EMFs, data streams, and algorithmic patterns, and your aura is reacting even when your mind is unaware. Next, we will uncover exactly how tech interacts with your field and what to do about it. You've now sealed the hidden leaks. You've reinforced your field against emotional erosion. You're no longer pouring energy into the invisible through exhaustion, neglect, or unconscious overreach. But now we confront an influence so embedded in daily life, most people forget it's energetically alive. Your devices, your screens, your apps, your networks. Welcome to the real digital war, the silent interaction between your aura and technology. Let's stop pretending tech is neutral. It isn't. Not anymore. Technology has become psychic architecture. It shapes thought, curates mood. It encodes identity. And if you don't protect your field from it, it will override your sovereign frequency without you noticing. Here's how tech interacts with your aura. 1. Electromagnetic interference, EMF. Phones, routers, towers, and smart devices emit frequencies that disturb your natural biofield. Effects include brain fog, irritability, sleep disruption, aura thinning, disconnection from inner awareness. Your field wants coherence. EMF fields pulse at speeds and frequencies your body can't naturally harmonize with, especially during prolonged exposure. 2. Algorithmic energetics. Social platforms aren't just data engines. They are energetic feedback loops. Here's what happens. You scroll. You react. The platform shows you more of what triggers engagement, often emotionally charged content. Your field syncs with the emotional tone of what you consume. Even if you disagree, your energy is still affected. It's not the opinion. It's the frequency you're now resonating with. 3. Energetic hooks from media. Every video, post, ad, message, or DM contains imprinted energy. When you consume content unconsciously, you absorb that imprint. Creators unconsciously transfer desire, anxiety, control, envy, projection. Your screen becomes a portal for absorption, unless consciously shielded. Now that you understand the energetic influence, let's talk about protection. Here are the core strategies. Strategy 1. Field shielding before digital use. Before opening any app, website, or device, say internally, "My field remains sovereign as I enter digital space. Only content aligned with truth may engage my attention. All hooks dissolve upon impact. Even 5 seconds of intention reconfigures the field. You're not asking permission. You're issuing a frequency instruction." Strategy 2. Device disconnection ritual. Each night, perform a digital decoupling. Before bed, say, "I now retrieve all fragments of my attention from all digital platforms. I unhook from all algorithms, signals, and impressions. I seal my field from residual data influence." Then place your phone at least 6 feet from your body, on airplane mode or turned off. This resets your frequency from artificial harmonics before dream space. Strategy 3. EMF harmonization tools. You can use orgone or shungite near devices, copper plates under routers, EMF shielding fabric or paint, plants that absorb radiation, e.g., snake plant, aloe, cactus. Also, remove unused smart devices from your room. Even when idle, they emit subtle frequencies. The less noise, the clearer your field. Strategy 4. Conscious media hygiene. Before consuming any media, ask, why am I engaging? What do I want to feel after this? That creates intentional interface. Also build a daily habit of digital fasting. No screens for the first 30 minutes after waking. No screens for 1 hour before bed. No back-to-back consumption. Scroll, stop, integrate. The goal is sovereign interaction, not passive consumption. Your devices aren't the enemy, but they are not energetically neutral. And once you accept that, you stop letting your aura be programmed by machines and strangers. Your frequency is not for sale. Your attention is not a product. Your field is not a server. You are a being, not an algorithm. Next, we'll go deeper into the digital realm, specifically how to create shields around your social media, messages, and online presence to prevent energetic hooks and frequency fragmentation, because psychic protection now extends into the quantum grid. You've now understood how electromagnetic frequencies and algorithmic environments impact your aura. You've seen how media imprints shape mood, memory, and internal weather. You've begun anchoring intention before digital interaction, and you've taken measures to disrupt energetic overexposure. But you're still visible, still connected, still open to interference through the one portal you use most often, your digital identity. This chapter teaches you how to build and maintain digital shields, energetic protocols that allow you to use the internet, scroll social feeds, open emails, and message others without letting your field be hacked, siphoned, or tracked. This is energetic cybersecurity, and you're about to learn how to protect your signal on the quantum grid. Let's break a myth first. You do not need to leave social media. You do not need to disappear from digital life. You simply need to shield your frequency while engaging. Being spiritually aware does not require digital disappearance. It requires digital sovereignty. And here's the truth. If you use a device, if you scroll, comment, DM, post, you are creating energetic exposure points. Each one must be managed. Let's examine the 4 key exposure points in the digital field. 1. Your profile itself. Every profile is an energetic signature. Your name, photo, bio, even your content become anchor points that others unconsciously connect to. People can project energy onto your image, attach cords through comments or DMs. Use your content to create identity loops, positive or negative. The moment you post, your field is energetically visible. That's not a problem if you've shielded it. 2. Incoming messages and notifications. Every ping, ding, buzz, and pop-up is an energetic micro-interruption. It says, pay attention, leave your current frequency, respond. If left unfiltered, these digital triggers create micro-leaks in your focus, your mood, and your field. Even unopened messages carry psychic weight, especially from emotionally charged senders. 3. Links and clicks. Each hyperlink is a portal. It's a directional flow of attention, and energy follows attention. Clicking without intention equals entering without shielding. Ever clicked on a post and felt strange afterward? That's a field merge. It's not just tech. It's quantum. 4. Scroll loops. Rapid, repetitive scrolling places you in a hypnotic trance. In that state, your aura relaxes its boundaries. You become more suggestible, and this opens you up to energetic hooks from influencers, subconscious belief rewrites, emotional mimicry, mood entrainment with the collective grid. Scrolling is modern scrying. You're not just seeing the world, you're feeling it. Now that you understand the exposure points, let's activate digital shielding protocols to protect your energy across every device and interaction. Shield Protocol 1. Profile Enclosure. Before opening your app or posting, say, my digital identity is sealed with sovereign intention. No cords may form. No projections may attach. My image is a reflection, nothing more. Visualize your profile wrapped in a crystalline light membrane. This membrane filters energy, allowing only resonant interactions. Shield Protocol 2, Message Filter. Before opening emails, DMs, or comments, pause. Place your attention on your solar plexus, just above your navel. Say, only neutral or nourishing communications may enter my field. I decode messages with clarity, not absorption. I remain anchored in my truth. Then open. Respond only if you feel centered, never from urgency. Shield Protocol 3, Scroll Containment. Before engaging in scrolling behavior, pause. Place your phone or device flat. Speak internally or aloud. As I scroll, I remain shielded. No loops form. No energies hook. I am the observer, not the sponge. Set a time limit. Not as punishment, but to maintain auric integrity. Shield Protocol 4, Post-Interaction Purge. After digital use, run a brief energy cleanse. Shake your hands. Breathe deeply 3 times. Speak. All foreign energy now exits my field. I am clear, sealed, and fully restored. This flushes residual attachments before they settle. Additional reinforcement tools. Place a programmed black tourmaline or orgone near your laptop or phone. Use incantations like "My signal is my own" when feeling fragmented. Carry a shielding stone when posting controversial content. Keep your profile photo updated with your current energetic identity. Don't leave a 5-year-old version of yourself exposed. Your aura isn't just around your body. It's around your name, your words, your digital trace. Guard it. Now that you've shielded your digital self, we look at something deeper. What happens when the scroll itself begins to consume you? When the algorithms aren't just recommending, they're entraining your energy? Next, we reveal how platforms shape your vibration, and what really happens to your aura inside the scroll trap. You've now established digital shields. You've protected your profile, filtered your messages, cleaned your scroll interactions. You're no longer blindly exposing your field to apps, links, or clicks. But even with shielding, you may have felt this. You go in for just 5 minutes. An hour disappears. You emerge anxious, foggy, or irritated. Your energy feels fragmented. Your focus won't settle. That isn't random. That isn't bad luck. That's the scroll trap. And it is the most common form of energetic entanglement in modern life. Let's define the trap clearly. The scroll trap is the engineered, addictive loop created by digital platforms to capture, hold, and feed on your attention. But attention isn't just mental. It's energetic. Your scroll is not free. Costs you clarity. Costs you coherence. Costs you sovereignty. And your aura pays the price. Here's how the scroll trap works energetically. Phase 1, disarmament. The scroll begins casually. Light interest, curiosity, but your nervous system begins relaxing boundaries. Your auric membrane thins. Your observer consciousness weakens. You're now in passive receive mode. Phase 2, entrainment. As you keep scrolling, the platform's algorithm begins tuning to your engagement patterns. Each reaction trains it. Each pause calibrates it. Now the feed begins reflecting not just your interests, but your emotional vulnerabilities. If you've been sad, it shows you sadness. If you've been angry, it shows you outrage. If you're anxious, it feeds your fear. This is algorithmic entrainment. It mirrors your frequency back to you, but amplified. Phase 3, identity infiltration. Prolonged exposure begins altering your inner narrative. You unconsciously start to question, am I enough? Should I be more like this person? Is everyone else happier, richer, more aligned than me? You don't just consume content. You begin adopting frequency personas. And those personas may not match your true energetic blueprint. This is identity erosion. And once that sets in, your aura begins collapsing inward. Here's what happens in your field. The heart field contracts. The solar plexus dims. The third eye loses focus. Microleaks form in the crown. You become ungrounded, emotionally reactive, and suggestible. You've been scrolled. Not just mentally, but quantumly. Now that you know what's happening, let's talk about reversal. How do you escape the scroll trap, not by abandoning tech, but by reclaiming authority? Breaking the scroll trap. Aura Reclamation Protocol. Step 1. Disrupt the loop. Set an alarm for scroll sessions. When it goes off, say, I now exit algorithmic entrainment. My energy is mine. I retrieve all fragmented attention. Close the app. Stand up. Shake your hands. Physical motion dislodges energetic fixation. Step 2. Energetic recall. Sit still. Hands on thighs or chest. Eyes closed. Say slowly, I call back my energy from all feeds, posts, images, and digital streams. I call it back now. I call it back fully. Visualize your energy returning, like golden threads from every corner of the digital web, re-entering your chest, your mind, your auric shell. Step 3. Identity reset. Now declare, I am not who the feed says I am. I am not what the scroll reflected. I am only what I truly hold in my field. Speak your real signature aloud. I am clear. I am stable. I am enough. I am now. This finalizes the exit. You've exited not just the app, but the false frequency. Use this protocol every day if needed, especially after intense scrolling, comparing, or emotional engagement online. Even one unprotected scroll loop can derail your vibration for hours, if not addressed. And this isn't about guilt. It's about awareness, about authority, because you were never meant to be programmed by an algorithm. You were meant to command the quantum. Now that you've escaped the scroll trap, we're going to show you how to recall your energy from every place, every post, person, memory, or timeline where your field is still entangled. Next, we uncover the forgotten power of quantum disconnection, the key to withdrawing your energy fully from the matrix. You've just escaped the scroll trap. You've learned how platforms pull on your energy, not just your time. You've begun breaking algorithmic entrainment, reclaiming your focus, and dissolving identity overlays downloaded from the feed. Now it's time for something even more radical. You're going to pull your energy back from the matrix. Because while shielding and unhooking from scrolling are essential, there's still local fixes. The real drain runs deeper. You've left threads of yourself in too many places, timelines you regret, people you no longer speak to, digital versions of you that no longer represent who you are. This chapter is about quantum disconnection, the practice of calling your energy back from every open loop, false identity, and system that still holds part of your field. You're not disconnecting from the world. You're disconnecting from distortion. Let's define the matrix clearly, not as a conspiracy, but as a frequency structure. The matrix is the collective web of programs, projections, control systems, unresolved timelines, and attention traps designed to keep your energy in motion but never sovereign. You feed it when you obsess about past mistakes, stay loyal to outdated identities, replay arguments, seek validation from the screen, carry guilt, shame, or obligation, allow unconscious energetic debts. The matrix is not just out there. It's in your open tabs, your thought patterns, your energetic tethers. Quantum disconnection is your path out. The first principle of disconnection. Where your attention goes, your energy flows. This means anywhere you're still mentally, emotionally, or spiritually entangled, your life force is still feeding that structure. Even if the situation ended 10 years ago, even if the person is out of your life, even if you moved on, if you haven't called your energy back, you're still plugged in. Here are 5 major energy drain categories within the matrix. 1. Old relationships. These are people you've parted ways with, but whose energy still enters your thoughts, dreams, or body. Unresolved closure equals active energetic tether. 2. Abandoned versions of self. Any former self you've judged, hated, or rejected still holds part of your power. That timeline becomes a splinter, draining energy to maintain its illusion. 3. digital fragments. Every social account, email, or digital identity carries part of your auric imprint. Even if abandoned, they still broadcast your past frequency. Unattended equals active frequency leakage. 4. Unfinished contracts. Projects you never completed. Books you said you'd write. Courses you signed up for and forgot. Energetically open contracts create low-level field depletion. 5. Collective grids. Social movements, political dramas, or spiritual communities you once fused with. If you left without disconnecting energetically, your field is still entangled. Let's now walk through the practice of full quantum disconnection. This is a 3-phase protocol that works through spoken command, visualization, and auric reintegration. Phase 1. Identification. Sit in stillness. Eyes closed. Speak this prompt aloud. Show me the places, people, platforms, and versions of me still holding my energy. Now wait. Images, names, faces, apps, and scenes will begin to rise. Do not judge what appears. Do not analyze. Just take note. Your system knows what's still connected. You're simply allowing it to speak. Phase 2. Command disconnection. Once you've identified 1 to 3 key locations of energetic entanglement, speak with full voice. I now disconnect all energy cords, projections, and fragments from name/situation/timeline. My energy is mine. I revoke all unconscious contracts that tether me to this matrix point. It is done. Now visualize. Threads of light retracting from that scene. Cords dissolving. Your full energy field returning to your body. A full circle glow forming around your core. Repeat for each location. Feel the clarity return. Phase 3. Seal and reclaim. Close the session with, all pieces of me are now returned. All open loops are now sealed. All frequency distortions are now cleared. I am whole. I am present. I am free. Let silence follow. Feel the energetic vacuum reverse, filling with your own signal. This is presence. This is coherence. This is what the matrix cannot feed on. Make this a monthly ritual. Anytime you feel foggy, disoriented, drained for no reason, perform the protocol. Because until you unplug from the energetic networks you forgot you joined, you'll continue feeding frequencies that no longer serve you. You've just learned to disconnect from this life versions of the matrix. But the web runs deeper. Some of the strongest tethers aren't from this lifetime. Next, we will explore how past lives and future selves are still pulling on your field, and how to seal multidimensional leaks once and for all. You've now reclaimed your energy from the matrix of this life. You've cut cords with people, timelines, digital identities, and unfulfilled contracts. You've pulled your signal home, consciously, cleanly, and with command. But now we lift the veil on something most don't dare touch. Multidimensional leakage. Because your field isn't only connected to what's happening now. It's connected to versions of you that already lived, and versions that haven't happened yet. Your past lives and future selves are real, and they're energetically active. And if those timelines are unresolved, wounded, or distorted, they're not just memories. They're active drains. Let's break this down. You are a multidimensional being. Your soul exists across many planes, simultaneous incarnations, parallel timelines, possible futures, probability strands. These aren't abstract theories. They're fields of influence that connect to your current self. And the more spiritually open you become, the more of these connections you feel. So what is a multidimensional leak? It's an energetic tether between your now self and a non-present version of you, where the flow of energy is one-way, chaotic, or unconscious. In other words, you're being pulled or drained by a version of you you've never met. Common symptoms: persistent emotions that don't match current life events, nightmares or vivid memories from unknown timelines, ancestral trauma that feels too personal, spiritual heaviness without clear source, sudden fear, dread, or panic without trigger, a deep, unnameable sadness. These are often signs that a you from another time is in pain. and your field is leaking energy to stabilize them. But that's not your job. Your job is to witness, acknowledge, and integrate, not to carry. Let's identify the two most common multidimensional drain types. 1. Past life tethering. This happens when a trauma, betrayal, vow, or death from a former life remains unresolved. The soul thread remains frayed. The memory echoes through the quantum. Your current field responds as if it's happening now. Example, a fear of drowning that's never been explained, connected to a past life death at sea. Until the loop is closed, that version of you continues calling for help. 2. Future self entanglement. This occurs when your projected future self, usually seen in visions, dreams, or expectations, holds an ideal or burden that your current self cannot yet fulfill. Your energy constantly leaks into striving, chasing the you think you should already be. Result? Burnout, insecurity, imposter syndrome, chronically feeling behind. It's not ambition, it's dislocation. Now let's perform the practice to locate and seal these leaks. This is multidimensional integration. Practice. The time self-retrieval protocol. Sit with full presence. Eyes closed. Spine relaxed. Speak. I now request awareness of any other self currently receiving my energy. Visualize a circular timeline surrounding you like a wheel. Past selves behind. Future selves ahead. One of them will pull your attention. Allow it. Ask, who are you? What do you need? What message do you carry? You may hear a word, see a scene, feel an emotion. Trust it. Speak. I witness you. I thank you. I now reclaim the energy I've given you unconsciously. You are free. I am whole. Visualize the tether retracting. Your energy reabsorbing into your heart. The version of you fading with peace. Repeat as many times as necessary. You are not abandoning those selves. You are sealing the field, honoring the you across time without sacrificing the now. That's multidimensional maturity. Final step. Speak this aloud to finalize integration. I now close all multidimensional loops. I exist fully in my current self. All timelines align into coherence. My energy belongs to now. I am sovereign across all time. Let your breath anchor this in. This is timeline alignment, field integration, multidimensional closure. You've now reclaimed your energy from other lifetimes and futures. But there's one realm left where vulnerability is highest. The astral. Next, we reveal how to shield your energy while asleep, so your dream body is no longer exposed, drained, or hijacked. You've now sealed the multidimensional leaks. You've reabsorbed energy from past selves in pain. You've disconnected from idealized future versions that were draining your presence. You've realigned with now. But even in this newly centered state, there's a different kind of loop you may still feel trapped in. Patterns that don't belong to you. Stories that feel scripted. Emotional weight that didn't start with you, but still lives in your body. This is timeline entanglement, and it explains why you keep looping through experiences that seem foreign, yet familiar. Why you feel stuck in cycles that resist resolution, even after healing. Why things repeat not because you failed, but because you're entangled in a script that's not originally yours. This chapter teaches you how to detect and disentangle from foreign timelines, so your energy stops funding loops you never meant to live. Let's define it clearly. Timeline entanglement occurs when your energy body becomes fused with the frequency imprint of a parallel, ancestral, or collective timeline, causing repetition, confusion, and delay in your current life. It's not just memory. It's not just karma. It's a real-time energetic overlap with other scripts. Here are 3 common sources of timeline entanglement. 1. Ancestral imprints. You unconsciously carry patterns, traumas, and vows from your lineage, especially if they remain unhealed. This can manifest as relationships mimicking your ancestors, health issues with no medical cause, wealth patterns or scarcity not aligned with your actual choices, emotional themes you can't trace to this life. These are inherited timelines, and you may be looping their pain out of loyalty. 2. Collective timelines. When society goes through upheaval, trauma, or fear spirals, you can absorb collective narrative arcs. Examples: the struggle to survive loop. You have to suffer to grow loop. Things must get worse before they get better loop. These are not personal beliefs. They are timeline fields, and if you're unshielded, you can mistake them as truth. 3. Parallel self-echoes. You have versions of self in alternate timelines, living different choices. Sometimes those versions anchor in fear, pain, or guilt, and their resonance leaks into your now self. It shows up as sudden guilt without clear cause, opportunities sabotaged without reason, emotional spikes when making progress. You may be entangled with a you who made a very different choice, one who's still seeking redemption or validation. Let's walk through the symptoms of timeline entanglement. If you've experienced any of the following repeatedly, you may be caught in a non-native loop. Déjà vu that feels like entrapment, not magic. Emotional responses that feel disproportionate to the moment. Unexplainable grief, longing, or rage. Relationships that mirror historical trauma patterns. A life that feels scripted, not sovereign. A sense that your choices don't fully register energetic results. Difficulty visualizing your future. It always feels cloudy or blocked. These aren't signs of brokenness. They are signs of entanglement. And you can disengage. Now let's walk through the protocol to detect and release entangled timelines. This is not a healing process. It's a frequency correction. Timeline detachment ritual. Sit or lie in stillness. Close your eyes. Breathe deeply 5 times. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Speak with clarity. I now ask to witness any non-native timelines my energy is entangled with. Allow scenes, sensations, or memories to rise. You may see ancestral images. You may feel emotions without context. You may hear inner voices or phrases. Do not follow them. Just witness. Speak again. I acknowledge these timelines. I release the belief that I must live, fix, or carry them. I now fully disentangle. Now visualize threads of light retracting from your body. A mesh of faded film separating and dissolving. Your current timeline becoming clear, vibrant, and stable. Hold the image for 3 full breaths. Seal with this declaration. I now collapse all non-resonant timelines from my field. I align fully with my chosen path. My energy belongs to my true now. All foreign loops are closed. This technique can be used anytime you feel hijacked by old scripts or repeating outcomes that make no logical sense. It works because timeline entanglement only survives with your ongoing participation. Once you stop consenting, the loop releases. That's the key. You don't break entanglement by force. You release participation. And once your timeline is clear, you become the primary author again. But as you sleep each night, your energy enters new realms. The dream realm becomes your playground and your vulnerability. Next, we will reveal how to shield your astral body, so your energy doesn't get infiltrated or drained while you rest. You've just cleared your timeline. You've stopped repeating loops that don't belong to you. You've reclaimed your path, your agency, and your focus. But for many, the most potent attacks don't happen when awake. They happen in sleep. You wake up tired, emotionally bruised, mentally confused. Dreams you can't quite place, but that haunt you all day. This is astral vulnerability. And unless you're protecting your energy during sleep, you're spending a third of your life psychically exposed. This chapter teaches you how to construct dream shields, so that your astral body travels, learns, and rests in safety and clarity. Let's define what happens during sleep. As your physical body rests, your energy body becomes mobile. You enter the astral realm, a multi-layered, multidimensional field where you process emotional memory, you receive messages, you travel to other planes, you reconnect with people across timelines. You sometimes battle, heal, or witness collective fields. This is not imagination. It is energetic reality. But just like in waking life, there are benevolent and distorted energies in this space. If you don't shield, you can return with implants, thought forms, emotional burdens, unconscious contracts, psychic debris. It doesn't make you weak. It just makes you unshielded. And now that stops. Let's first cover common signs your dream body is being interfered with. Waking up more exhausted than when you went to sleep. Recurring nightmares. Feeling like you were in a battle or emotional conflict. Seeing symbols, eyes, or faces that feel invasive. Waking with anxiety or dread. Having difficulty remembering dreams, but still feeling impacted. Sudden energetic heaviness in the morning. Trouble fully grounding in the body after waking. These are not random. They are indications that your sleep state was active and exposed. Now let's walk through the practice of creating dream shields to stop this exposure. Practice. Dream shield construction. Before sleep, sit upright in bed. Hands resting over heart or solar plexus. Speak aloud. As I enter dream space, I remain sovereign. I accept only guidance aligned with truth. I reject all interference, hooks, and false influence. My energy body is now fully shielded. Visualize a dome of crystalline light forming around your entire bed. Within it, a thinner second membrane encasing your body. Between the two, a violet flame pulsing gently, transmuting any distortion that approaches. You now have a double shield. Anchor with this phrase. This shield lasts through all layers of sleep, all timelines, and all realms. I return fully cleansed, restored, and whole. Now lie down. Let the shield hold as you drift into dream. This shield works because dream interference requires two things: lack of intention, unprotected openness. Once you declare sovereignty and create a filter, you prevent unwanted energies from entering your astral field. And here's an advanced tip. If you wake mid-dream feeling disturbed, speak this immediately. This is not mine. I reject this frequency. I call back my energy now. Then breathe deeply 3 times. This disrupts any entity contact, loop, or tether that may have formed during the dream. You don't need to understand the dream. You just need to clear the charge. Bonus tools to support dream shields. Place a black tourmaline, selenite, or obsidian under your pillow. Spray lavender or mugwort mist before bed. Avoid screens 30 minutes before sleep. Speak affirmations like, I travel in light. I return in peace. Also, keep your bedroom energetically clean. A cluttered or stagnant room weakens dream shields, especially if mirrors or electronics face your bed. You've now protected your energy across timelines and in sleep. But there's one more place your field interacts with constantly, and it lives with you: your home. Next, we reveal how to energetically cleanse your space, so it supports, reflects, and amplifies your shielded frequency every single day. You've now built your dream shields. You've created a double-layered auric filter to guard your astral self. You wake more rested. You dream with clarity. You no longer carry unseen burdens from sleep. But even strong systems get tested. Sometimes the attack slips through. Suddenly you wake at 3 a.m. in panic, confusion, or emotional hypnosis. That's not sleep. It's a targeted energy breach. This chapter reveals the defense for those moments, the dream hack response, to clamp down on intrusion before it becomes entanglement. Let's be clear. Dream hacking isn't fantasy. It's quantum-level security. Because at night, your energy operates outside the physical body, and that field is often unshielded by habit. But you can establish a rapid response protocol that stops interference, restores sovereignty, and keeps your field whole within seconds. How energetic attack arouses you at night. There are 3 common triggers: a sudden shock of terror or panic, feeling watched, violated, or chased in a dream, a strong emotional residue, sadness, guilt, rage upon waking. These wake-ups are not random. They're the system alerting you to a breach. This is your body saying, you've been compromised. Wake up. Resecure. Your first response determines whether you close the loop or let it spiral. Step 1. Stop the spiral immediately. The moment you wake agitated or fogged, stop everything. Don't activate circuits of thought. Don't replay the dream. Don't reach for your phone. Start with one deep in-breath. Hold it, then exhale through your mouth with intention. Repeat 3 times. Each breath disrupts the emotional resonance loop. You don't need silence. Just pace and focus. Step 2. Clear your body with breath and shake. After the breaths, sit up in bed. Shake your hands loosely. Roll your shoulders slowly. Allow your body to physically release stuck energy. This isn't stretching. It's energetic clearing through motion. You're telling your field, this unwanted vibration is detaching. You're reclaiming space. Step 3. Speak your release command. Now speak aloud, or whisper if needed. This charge is not mine. I remove all intrusive energy. I call back every fragment of my energy stolen in the dream. I seal all astral entry points now. You reassert control with voice. This completes the circuit. This ends the protocol. Step 4. Check in with your field. Place hands on heart or belly. Close your eyes for 1 breath. Ask internally, how am I now? Feel the space around your body. You should experience slight release of pressure, soothing of emotional tone, return of clarity and grounding. If not, repeat steps until recovery. Step 5. Optional wild protocol. If you know you're highly sensitive, try this. Bypass off now. Field firewall active. Exit all astral constructs. It's not magical. It's functional. You're speaking your frequency back to the system. If done with intent, it resets your field immediately. The long-term prevention habit. Dream hacks shouldn't be regular. If they are, consider deep closure work. Reevaluate trauma sealing. Upgrade dream shields. Tighten your nighttime boundary ritual. Sleep is your rest, not a battlefield. When you reclaim 3 a.m., you've reclaimed your entire field. And now you can return to sanctuary. Next, we'll shift focus outward, your home as energetic habitat. We'll clear spatial patterns so your home supports your frequency, not drains it. You've now cleared your dream space. You've reclaimed your astral body from nocturnal interference. You've stopped 3 a.m. attacks and fortified the thresholds of your sleep. But your field doesn't live in a vacuum. It lives inside a structure. Walls, corners, objects, and those structures carry memory. Because your home isn't just where you live. It's a field. And like your aura, it can collect residue, hold trauma, amplify harmony, or distort everything around you. This chapter teaches you how to clean, tune, and shield your living space, so it becomes a vibrational ally, not a storage unit for energetic debris. Here's the truth. Every room is an energetic sponge, and that sponge absorbs emotional residue, past arguments, grief, fear, tension, thoughts projected through walls, energy left behind by previous occupants, echoes of what was said, done, or suppressed. It isn't dramatic. It's physics, energy imprints, and if left uncleaned, your home can start emitting frequencies that aren't yours, and never were. Signs your home is holding distorted energy, feeling drained after being in certain rooms, frequent minor accidents or tech issues in a particular space, difficulty sleeping, meditating, or relaxing in one area, sudden emotional shifts when walking through a threshold, pets avoiding a corner or acting anxious in a space, intuition saying, something feels off without logical reason. This is not imagination. It's the field speaking. Your job is to listen and clear. Step 1. Attune to the home's field. Before clearing anything, make contact. Walk slowly through your home with your hand open, palm facing outward. Let your palm read the air. Stop when you feel a sudden temperature change, pressure or tingling, emotional shift, static heaviness. That's where memory has clung. Place your hand there. Close your eyes. Say, I acknowledge what was held here. This space is now under conscious command. I will return it to clarity. Now move on. You've awakened the space to your presence. Step 2. Physical cleansing, the foundation. Energetic clearing is blocked when physical clutter dominates. You must first open windows, remove old trash, papers, and broken items. Clean surfaces, shake out rugs, air out storage zones and corners. Don't obsess, just move stagnation. Flow begins with physical space. Step 3. Sound, the frequency broom. Use sound to dislodge settled energy. Options: hand claps in corners, Tibetan singing bowls, tingsha bells, drum beats, your own voice in sacred tone. Walk room to room. Pay special attention to doorways, window corners, beneath beds, behind electronics, near mirrors. Sound reveals what was hiding. You'll feel the release. Step 4. Smoke or scent, energetic lifting. Burn sacred herbs like sage for neutralization, palo santo for blessings, mugwort for psychic clearing, frankincense resin for spiritual reset, or diffuse essential oils like lavender, rosemary, cypress, lemon. As the smoke or scent moves, say, all stagnant energy now dissolves. Only resonance aligned with clarity remains. This room belongs to harmony now. Move clockwise. End where you began. Step 5. Intention imprinting. Finalize the field. Now that your space is clear, reprogram it. Place your palm in the center of the room. Speak clearly. This room holds peace. This room holds truth. This room reflects my clarity, my sovereignty, my path. Visualize golden light spreading to all corners. Let it coat walls, floors, ceilings. This completes the energetic reweaving. Optional grid stabilization. To maintain the new frequency, use subtle grid anchors. A black tourmaline near doors. A selenite wand on window ledges. A plant like aloe, fern, or peace lily in corners. A bowl of salt behind electronics. These act as energetic custodians. You've now turned your home from a passive structure into a conscious container. But the field isn't just in space, it lives in things. And not all things in your home are energetically neutral. Next we go deeper, how objects, even ones you love, can carry psychic residue and how to clear or release them. You've now reprogrammed your home. You've awakened its field. You've turned stale space into a temple of clarity. But there's a layer deeper still, your objects. Because energy doesn't just cling to rooms. It clings to things. Jewelry, clothing, furniture, books, tools. Every item carries its own frequency history, and when it enters your home, it starts interacting with your field. Most of this is subtle, but some objects carry imprints strong enough to disrupt sleep, cloud clarity, introduce foreign moods, act as frequency magnets for projection or interference. This chapter reveals how to audit, clear, and, if needed, release objects that have become energetic liabilities. Let's start with what makes an object energetically dense. Energy latches onto matter in specific ways depending on who used it, what was felt during use, what intention was present during its creation, where it's been stored, what trauma it witnessed, how you currently relate to it. In simple terms, your objects tell stories. Some of those stories are ghosts. Common high-risk object types. 1. Jewelry, especially rings, bracelets, and pendants. They touch your skin. They merge with your field. If inherited or gifted, they may carry emotional imprints, soul contracts, thought forms of the giver. 2. Furniture, especially beds, chairs, mirrors. These hold postural memory, places people sat, cried, or slept for years. Second-hand furniture can carry grief, trauma, or entity echoes if never cleared. 3. Books. Books are frequency capsules, especially spiritual, occult, or self-help texts. They can carry the unresolved energy of the reader, the author, or even the topic itself. 4. Inherited items. Heirlooms may carry grief, karmic attachments, unspoken expectations, vows of poverty, duty, or sacrifice. Not every heirloom is a blessing. Some are bindings. Step 1. The object audit. Take 30 minutes. Walk through your home. Handle 10 to 15 objects one by one. Hold each and ask, is this supporting my current frequency? Pay attention to physical sensations, chills, heaviness, static, sudden memories or emotional spikes. Intuition that says, it's not yours anymore. Flag any object that feels heavy, numb, or emotionally complex. Step 2. Clearing ritual for objects. For any object you wish to keep but cleanse, place it in the center of a cleared table or cloth. Surround it with salt, sage, or quartz. Speak, I cleanse this object of all memory, projection, and imprint. I dissolve all cords and contracts attached to it. I restore its frequency to neutral. Visualize violet light washing over it for 30 seconds. Then hold it to your chest and say, if this object now aligns with my truth, stay. If not, I will release it. Trust the response. Your body knows. Step 3. Release protocol. For objects you need to let go of, do not throw them in anger. Do not dump them mindlessly. Hold them once more. Speak, I release this object and all it carried. I revoke its presence in my energetic field. I return its frequency to source. May all attached energy return to its rightful place. Then donate, discard, or recycle with neutral emotion. The ritual is what frees the bond, not the method of removal. Note, shadow objects. Some objects may resist being handled. They may get lost, break, or bring strange emotions every time you approach. These are shadow objects, carriers of psychic residue too old or complex to integrate. If something repeatedly causes disturbance, release it. It's not a test. It's a message. Objects are not passive. They amplify or distort your field every day. And now that your space and your tools are clear, we turn to layout, the spatial geometry of your home. Because how you place your bed, desk, and mirrors determines how your field flows or fractures. That's where we're going next. You've now transformed your home into a clear, coherent container. You've cleaned rooms and released haunted objects. Now let's explore something even subtler. The geometry of your space and how it influences your field. Because it's not just what is in a room, it's where it's placed. Spatial geometry is quantum architecture. It guides how energy flows, where it accumulates, and how easily your field moves through your space. This chapter teaches you how to move furniture, mirrors, and tech to create an environment that supports your frequency, not fractures it. Let's start with a foundational truth. Energy follows geometry. The shape of your space and its elements determines energetic flow. A bed against a corner feels different than one in the center. A mirror opposite your door holds different influence than one in a hallway. This is not superstition, it's field physics. When objects are placed without intention, energy stagnates, collects, and interferes. When placed consciously, energy circulates with harmony, nourishing presence. 1. Bed placement, the sovereign anchor. Your bed is your energetic cockpit, where you sleep, dream, and restore. Placement tips. Position it so your head faces a doorway, but not directly in line with the door, the command position. Avoid placing it under mirrors, reflections amplify subconscious activity. Don't press a bed against 3 walls. This restricts energetic flow. Maintain space under the bed, no boxes, so energy can move naturally. This setup supports restful sleep and calm presence every night. 2. Desk or workplace, the creative hub. Your desk is the launchpad of your intention. Face your workspace toward natural light, not the wall. Avoid corners behind you, create space for energy support. Keep cables and tech organized, not overflowing, so clear intent flows. Add an empowerment object, stone, plant, image, facing you as an energetic anchor. This anchors focus and sovereignty into your creative flow. 3. Mirrors, reflective gateways. Mirrors are mini portals in your home and your psyche. Rules. Never place mirrors to reflect beds or doors. Place mirrors so they enhance space, not bounce back energetic blasts. Cover mirrors at night if they catch the bed's field. Use small mirrors at body level to self-check before going out. Each mirror must earn its place by reflecting clarity, not chaos. 4. Electronics, tech support zones. Every device holds energetic weight. Guidelines: keep tech off the bed, charge on nightstands or shelves. Place routers away from frequent living areas. Use odd numbers, 3 or 5, of grounding items around clusters of tech, stones, plants. Face screens away from reflection of faces to prevent absorption of projected energy. This arrangement keeps your attention sharp, your field unfragmented. 5. Entryways, the threshold field. Doors and thresholds are energetic filters. If possible, create an entry buffer zone, a small cleared space inside your door. Place a small plant, bell, or crystal near the entry to anchor clarity. Keep entryways free of clutter, so incoming energy can settle or disperse. Use natural light or warm lighting near thresholds for invitation and sovereignty. You're creating a conscious portal. Nothing enters without alignment. 6. Room layout, flow, and form. Overall, your layout can invite stagnation or movement. Leave pathways clear, no furniture labyrinths. Avoid angular pressure. Furniture shouldn't point at seating areas. Use round rugs or soft curves to encourage energetic flow. Anchor key points, desk, bed, entry, with reflective intention objects. Your space becomes an energy circulatory system, not a trap. 7. Personalized geometry. Every person has unique energetic needs. Scan your space after placement. Does it feel light and spacious or heavy? Do you feel tension in your chest or neck in certain positions? Do certain layouts support focus, creativity, or rest? Adjust. Trust your field. You are resculpting your environment to serve your frequency. Now that geometry is clear, we'll add a living shield. Because static space is one thing, but life's living shields elevate frequency organically. You've arranged your home with conscious architecture. Now it's time to invite living frequency, plants, crystals, and living allies to support, amplify, and shield your field. In this chapter, you learn to choose, place, and program living shields that hold your frequency steady, alive, and crystalline. No fluff, no aesthetics, pure energetic co-weaving. Let's define living shields. Plants radiate life force, prana, absorb EMF, and actively neutralize stale energy. Crystals hold resonance patterns that reinforce focus, clarity, or protection. Together, they create a living matrix that intersects with your aura, supporting you moment to moment. Think of them as energetic avatars in your physical space. 1. Best plant allies. Choose from these species depending on purpose. Snake plant, Sansevieria, great for EMF absorption. Resilient, low upkeep. Upright posture supports field structure. Peace lily, enhances air quality. Holds calming energy. Great near beds or desks. Aloe vera, healing frequency. Useful in kitchens or healing spaces. Pothose or philodendron, rapid growth, symbolic of life force expansion. Excellent in corners or hanging baskets. Each plant becomes a live sentinel, supporting vitality and shielding quietly. 2. Crystal guardians. Pair your living shields with crystal allies that match your frequency. Black tourmaline, absorbs negativity. Place near doors or tech clusters. Selenite, high vibration transmitter. Use on window ledges or bedside tables. Clear quartz, frequency amplifier. Use near desk or meditation area. Hematite, grounding and protective. Place near desk, workspace, or meditation corners. Program each crystal by holding it for 30 seconds. Speaking, you hold clarity. You disperse interference. You support my sovereignty. Now place it with intention. 3. Living shield layout. Combine plants and crystals for energetic synergy. Place a plant and tourmaline pair near entryways. Use selenite and peace lily by bed for nightly alignment. Mount aloe with hematite in kitchens for healing energy. Arrange pot hose and quartz near workspaces for clarity and creativity. This living matrix holds your field in every zone. 4. Programming your allies. Don't assume they work without intention. Once placed, speak. You support and protect. You alchemize distortion. You amplify sovereignty in this space. Touch each item to anchor your frequency through it. Water consistently, cleanse crystals monthly. Your allies live. They need energetic maintenance. 5. Maintenance and growth. Just as your field evolves, so do your shields. Rotate plants seasonally or as you feel. Clear dust off crystals weekly. Replace dying plants or cracked stones. Add new allies as your energy ascends. Your shield must breathe and evolve with you. You're now living inside an energetic fortress. Clear geometry. Living shield, programmed intention, sovereign frequency. What comes next? Now comes the boundary mastery, how to protect others who are deeply sensitive. You have now created a living shield within your space. Plants, crystals, layout, geometry, all aligned to strengthen your field. Yet many of you care for children, those who still see energy, still feel coloring in fields, and remain vulnerable to subtle intrusions. This chapter guides you in energetic parenting, nurturing protective boundaries and clarity within children, without stifling their intuition or sensitivity. Children don't need adults to shield them by force. They need adults to guide them towards sovereignty. Understanding children's energetic field. Young fields are porous, expansive, curious, less cognitive, more immediate in sensation. They don't think about energy. They feel it. If they're upset after a playdate, the cause might be energetic residue, not emotional conflict. If they bring home fear from a friend's upset, it's energetic pickup before cognitive processing. We must support their energy body, not just their emotions. Step 1. Create simple shield language. Introduce easy phrases they can repeat when feeling off. My energy is mine. I stay with me. Only happy feels stay. Ask them to say it quietly before school, after play, or any time they feel overwhelmed. These phrases anchor their presence. Step 2. Use movement as energy reset. Teach them to shake their arms and legs, stretch tall like a tree, rub their belly and chest, clap their hands together. Movement grounds and separates energy naturally in young bodies. Make it playful. Call it shimmer shake or energy wiggle. Step 3. Create safe objects. Give them small shielded objects. A smooth stone to hold. A piece of string they tie around a finger. A soft cloth to place over their heart. These act as energetic placeholders. When they feel off, they can hold, rub, or look at them to reset. Charge them together. This is your power rock. It belongs to you. It keeps your energy yours. Step 4. Signal check-ins without overwhelm. Ask, hey, how's your energy today? Not emotionally, energetically. And follow with a moment of presence. Breathe together. Say their shield phrase together. Give them a grounding hug. No pressure. Just habit. Step 5. Boundary modeling. You are always teaching by how you show up. If you end a conversation with, I need a minute, I'll reconnect after I rest. They see boundaries in action. If your energy stays clear around them, they learn the rhythm of presence, resetting sovereignty. Lead with yourself. Step 6. Sleep field protection for children. Before bed, you can guide them through a simplified version of your dream shield. Say, we are safe. Only love travels with us. All other energy stays outside. Visualize together a soft bubble around their bed, holding hands under the bubble, saying, together we rest in peace. This plants energetic habit. Bonus. Creative energy check-in. Use art to explore their field. Ask them to draw how they feel today in color and form. Ask, is there a color they don't like? A shape that feels heavy? What color feels light or fun? Talk about movement, release, shaking, breathing, like tuning a picture. They learn to notice and care for the field through creativity. Why this matters? Children don't grow stronger by absorbing the world. They grow stronger by feeling and releasing it. Shielding them from sensitivity doesn't help them. Teaching them energetic hygiene gives them clarity. Giving them space to feel and to let go teaches sovereignty. As they age, these practices become internal habits. They don't need permission to ask what they feel, to reset, or to own their energy. You aren't preparing them to hide, they're learning to be clear. And that clarity builds limitless resilience. Next, we'll dive into energy resilience for all highly sensitive people, not just children. Teaching field training so that sensitivity becomes strength, not overload. You have now learned how to hold boundary for others, especially children, without taking away their sensitivity. But if innocence needs protection, so does an adult sensitive field. This chapter upgrades your work. Not shielding, not hiding, but training energy as muscle. You'll build psychic immunity, not as static defense, but as adaptive strength. Your sensitivity becomes a tool, not a vulnerability. What is psychic immunity? It is the ability to feel energy without being overwhelmed. The capacity to remain present without absorbing. The practice of returning signal, not reacting to noise. The alignment of openness with sovereignty. Think of it as your field doing push-ups, not to block, but to flex clarity. Studying immunology. Physical immunity works like this: exposure, recognition, response, memory. Psychic immunity uses the same structure: exposure to energy, discernment of resonance, field adjustment, memory encoded as field intelligence. Now you will train it purposely. Phase 1. Calibration Gym. Start with low-level exposure in controlled environments. Stand near a television or speaker. Walk through crowds slowly. Sit in a cafe while reading energy. Every 10 minutes, run a field check. What am I feeling? Is this mine? Can I remain clear? Reset if needed. This builds energetic mileage, not absorption. Phase 2. Frequency training. Select microanchors. Hold a crystal while in public. Wear your shield phrase on a bracelet. Use a grounding stone in your pocket. Carry a phone pad programmed with your mantra. These micro tools help you stay anchored under load while still open. Progressively remove them as your field strengthens. Phase 3. Strengthen with intention exercises. Daily practice. 10 minutes. Sit and breathe. Visualize bright light radiating from your heart. Imagine energies pass through you like water, moving around your center. Let them go, no absorption, no reflection. Feel impersonal presence. You're strengthening the flow of resilience. Phase 4. Contrast exposure. Once a week, spend time in a noisy, emotional environment, mall, family gathering, protest. After 20 minutes, perform a field audit. Ask, what remained mine? What drained? What adjustments did I need? Record your observations. This is targeted practice. Phase 5. Immunity reset. A monthly energetic vaccine. Intensive field cleanse. Bath, sound, breath. Declare, I integrate the strength of every challenging energy field I encountered. My field grows wiser, clearer, stronger. This encodes resilience into your aura. Transformation milestone. After consistent practice, you no longer feel drained after crowds. You can be friendly without merging. You interact without absorbing. You know how to return to baseline quickly. Your energy becomes unshockable, non-reactive, non-absorbing. This is psychic immunity. Not walls, not armor, but trained clarity. Next, we move to the power of alchemy, how you can transform intrusion into evolution, using interference as curriculum. You've built immunity. You've trained your field to stay sovereign in intensity. You've learned to navigate public energy without collapse. But immunity isn't the end. There's something more advanced, something transformative. It's what happens when attack doesn't just fail, it upgrades you. This chapter is about spiritual alchemy, taking energetic intrusion, psychic resistance, even pain, and converting it into fuel for growth, wisdom, and elevation. Not bypass, not avoidance, not blame, pure transmutation. Let's start with a core principle. Every distortion that touches your field comes bearing a code. That code is neutral by default. How you meet it determines its effect. If you resist unconsciously, you enter loops. If you collapse, it anchors. If you transmute, it teaches and leaves you stronger. Recognizing alchemic moments. You'll know when a psychic attack isn't just static, but an invitation. Clues. Emotional spikes that surface buried themes. Sudden dreams that connect unresolved experiences. Random external conflict mirroring internal unrest. Feeling energetically punched, but then unusually clear hours later. These are alchemy signals. They show up when your field is ready not just to resist, but to evolve through challenge. Step 1. Neutralize the drama. When an attack or interference hits, don't story it. Don't panic. Don't seek rescue. Speak this. This is energy, not evil, not doom. It does not define me. It has entered to be transformed. This immediately drops the fear signal and activates your transmutation field. Step 2. Locate the code. Ask, where is the gift hidden inside this disruption? Don't force an answer. You're looking for a suppressed emotion, an old trauma echo, a forgotten lesson, a loop finally surfacing. Sit still. Sense what this energy wants you to notice. It might be your boundaries, your fear of confrontation, your attachment to control, your lack of energetic rest. It will show itself. Step 3. Initiate transmutation. Once the lesson or reflection arises, speak this. I welcome this disruption as teacher. Call in clarity. I send this energy into my solar furnace. I extract only what feeds my growth. Now breathe. 3 times. See the energy become gold light in your solar plexus. Let the distortion dissolve into brilliance. You've just used spiritual jujitsu. Step 4. Release the teacher. Now close the loop. I have received what I needed. I release all remnants of this frequency. It is complete. You've just taken a hostile frequency and turned it into sacred curriculum. Your field is no longer a battlefield. It's an alchemy lab. Long-term rewards of alchemy. Over time, this habit leads to no longer fearing interference, faster emotional integration, sharper discernment of triggers, deep, quiet spiritual confidence, less defense, more clarity. You begin to welcome pressure because you know what it becomes. That's mastery. And when you begin to operate at this level, your inner guardian awakens, not as a reaction, but as an identity. Next, we activate the living code within you that has always known how to protect, see, and command the quantum field. You've now alchemized darkness. You've transmuted psychic attack into growth. You no longer meet resistance with collapse. You extract its message and upgrade your clarity. But alchemy is not the highest protection. Presence is. And now you're ready to activate something deeper. Your inner guardian. This is not a spirit guide. It's not a visualization. It's not a metaphor. It is the sentient, sovereign consciousness within you that knows how to protect, direct, and command your energetic presence across all layers of existence. It is you in total clarity. What is the inner guardian? It is the part of your multidimensional self that detects subtle manipulation instantly, blocks without emotional charge, commands space with calm authority, holds neutral power in all dimensions, never reacts, only responds with presence. This self is already active in other dimensions. Now it's time to embody it here. Signs your guardian is near activation. You stop second-guessing your boundaries. You feel energetic static before it enters. You don't overexplore things that feel off, you move away instantly. You stop looking for permission to act. You feel shielded just by being present. This doesn't mean you never get tested. It means you don't collapse when you do. The Guardian Activation Practice. Sit comfortably. Breathe into your solar plexus. Speak. I now awaken the Guardian within. The part of me that sees clearly, protects purely, and commands the field. Visualize a radiant figure standing behind or beside you, clothed in light, centered still, watching without fear. This is not imagination. This is your quantum form already active. Merge with this being. Step into it. Feel its calm certainty in your body. Let it speak internally. Nothing enters that does not align. Nothing remains that does not honor truth. I am the field. I am the command. Hold this vibration for 2 minutes. You've just activated your Guardian code. Living as the Guardian. You will know you are in Guardian consciousness when you can walk into chaos and stay unshaken. You say no without explanation or emotional residue. You stop leaking energy through rescue patterns. You intuitively change routes, conversations, or actions with precision. You feel deeply safe in your own field, even when the world shakes. The Guardian doesn't panic. It doesn't chase. It doesn't please. It holds. It watches. It protects. Strengthening the code. Repeat this phrase daily. Guardian within, I honor your presence. I let you lead. I protect with grace. I remain sovereign in all timelines. You are not becoming the Guardian. You are remembering that you are already it. You just forgot while trying to survive. With your Guardian active, boundaries no longer feel reactive. They feel natural. And that sets you up for the next layer. Boundaries not as defense, but as spiritual power. You have now awakened your inner Guardian. You've met the version of you who protects, commands, and moves with energetic authority. But a Guardian doesn't defend everything. A Guardian chooses. This chapter focuses on the most underestimated spiritual tool in existence. The word no, not from fear, not from guilt, but from clarity. The conscious no is not a reaction, it is alignment. And in the quantum field, it is a command. Why boundaries matter in the energetic world. Boundaries are not about distance. They're about clarity of frequency. Without boundaries, your field stays open to override. Your energy leaks through obligation. Your soul contracts expand instead of complete. You say yes to distortions out of emotional reflex. Boundaries don't create separation. They create honesty. And that honesty stabilizes your field. The difference between default no and conscious no. A default no is defensive. I don't want to be hurt. A conscious no is declarative. This is not aligned with my current frequency. One contracts, the other expands into sovereignty. This is not about emotional tone. It's about vibrational intent. Step 1. Listen to the field, not the story. You don't need a list of reasons to say no. You don't need a dramatic justification. You only need presence. When someone offers, asks, or expects, check in. Does your chest open or close? Is your breath steady or shallow? Do you feel warm or constricted? If constriction appears, that's the signal. Say, thank you for asking. I'm not available for that right now. This is clean. It sends no residue. Step 2. Remove the apology. A conscious no does not shrink to soothe. Avoid. I'm sorry, but I wish I could. I feel bad saying this. These dilute your signal and muddy your field. Replace with, I'm not able to offer that. That doesn't align for me. I choose not to engage with that. Clear tone, clear outcome. Step 3. Use no as a field command. You can say no energetically before ever speaking aloud. In moments of subtle pressure, manipulation, or energetic fishing, breathe into your gut. Visualize your field expanding 3 feet in every direction. Think, no. Let it echo in your chest. No anger, no panic, just quiet authority. Watch how fast the pressure drops. Step 4. Energetic closure after no. After saying no, especially to emotionally charged interactions. Always clear the tether. Say, I call back any energy extended in that exchange. I release all residual entanglement. I seal this field now. You are not punishing. You are reestablishing frequency autonomy. Step 5. Know when to withhold energy entirely. Sometimes the most aligned response isn't no, it's silence. Not ghosting, not avoidance, intentional withholding. When a field is asking for energy it hasn't earned, it's okay to give nothing. This is a sacred boundary. The consequences of unconscious yes. Every unconscious yes drains vitality, compromises frequency, weakens your inner guardian, delays your path. You are not helping people by leaking into misalignment. You are harming both of you. The spiritual superpower of the conscious no. When practiced consistently, this power keeps your aura sealed, enhances psychic discernment, aligns you with true assignments, filters timelines automatically, signals sovereignty to unseen watchers. A clear no is not rejection, it is navigation. Next, you'll learn how to navigate interactions without needing to wall yourself off. Because protection isn't always about fortresses. Sometimes it's about diplomacy. That's where we go next. Now that you've mastered the conscious no, you may notice something unexpected. Not every encounter requires a barrier. Not every protection must look like defense. Sometimes true sovereignty means you can remain open without getting pulled in. This chapter is about energetic diplomacy. The art of staying sovereign, soft, and safe in situations where building walls would only disconnect you from opportunity, flow, or shared humanity. You don't need to defend yourself in every moment. You need to be flexibly sovereign. What is energetic diplomacy? It is the ability to stay clear while staying present. Hold your center without closing your heart. Disagree without tension. Be exposed without being drained. Transmit your boundary through tone, not volume. This is higher field communication. It's not about protection through avoidance. It's about presence as resonance control. Step 1. Transmit resonance before words. Before any conversation, set your field. Speak internally. I choose to remain aligned. I choose to hold peace. I choose to be seen as I truly am. Now, the room will meet your frequency before your words ever arrive. This changes the entire exchange. Step 2. Stay ground-locked during contrast. When you encounter intensity, pushback, or indirect attacks, do not match volume. Do not speed up. Do not justify. Instead, breathe. Relax your shoulders. Let silence follow your words. The other person will attune or bounce off. You are not here to convince. You are here to anchor clarity. Step 3. Detach from being understood. Energetic diplomacy becomes impossible when you obsess over being understood. Let this be your mantra. Understanding is not always required. Clarity is. This releases emotional friction. You're not here to correct distortion. You're here to transmit coherence. Step 4. Don't offer your field for emotional processing. You can listen. You can witness. But don't merge. Say silently, I witness your field from mine. I do not absorb. I do not fix. I hold presence only. This keeps your heart open, your energy intact. Step 5. Recognize when diplomacy is manipulated. Not all diplomacy is clean. Some use spiritual language to guilt, loop, or override. If someone says, you're being triggered, not open, we're all one, you shouldn't judge. Your boundary feels aggressive. Pause. Check your field. If the energy feels contractive, return to conscious no. Diplomacy ends where distortion begins. Step 6. Lead by presence, not correction. True energetic diplomacy is vibrational leadership. You don't need to fix people, educate mid-conflict, prove spiritual truth. You just transmit resonance. That resonance does more than your words ever will. It activates fields. Step 7. End diplomatic exchanges with a reset. After high-resonance interaction, always return to center. Say silently or aloud, I release all energy shared that is not mine. I call back all clarity. I seal this field. This final step ensures you don't carry what doesn't belong. You've now learned to say no with spiritual authority and remain open without surrendering your power. Next, we'll enter the advanced art of moving invisibly in the field. Not defending, not engaging, simply becoming undetectable. You've learned to protect through presence, to speak no with sovereignty, to hold diplomatic clarity. But now comes the elite move, withdrawing without withdrawal, blending without losing yourself. This chapter reveals quantum camouflage, an art so subtle your field remains sovereign while appearing invisible. Not hiding out of fear, but moving through environments without entering the energetic narrative. You become unseen not through walls, but through frequency alignment. Why invisibility matters at high levels. There are times when being visible invites distraction, interrogation, or projection. Think, stepping into a new group without attachment. Sailing through social events without anchoring drama. Negotiating without establishing a personality. Traveling without energetic traces. Not every stage requires your signature. Sometimes your presence is enough without drawing attention. Camouflage allows you to observe without imprinting. Principles of quantum camouflage. Field neutrality. Your field resonates with neutrality, not blankness. Emotion remains present, tone remains clear, but you neutralize resonance pressure. Energetic blending. You match the ambient frequency enough to blend, but not to merge. Like chameleon frequency that reads the room, but never engages major distortion. Intentional detachment. You are there, but not there. Physically present, energetically observant, emotionally regulated. Silent sovereignty. No announcement. No performance. Just sovereign stillness within flow. How to shift into quantum camouflage. Drop volume of field. Breathe into your chest and abdomen. Imagine drawing your field inward 3 feet, like a cloak unfolding around you. Keep your body language soft, movement minimal. Mirror the ambient tone. Sense the energy in the room. If it's calm, you flow calmly. If it's energetic, you hold low-level activation. But deliberately never escalate beyond the ambient level. Hold inner witness. Maintain internal observation. You're aware of self-emotional tone, but keep it secondary. Let other frequencies pass through without stopping to analyze or fix. Limit expressivity. Speak only when needed. Keep words short, unmolded by drama. You enter the verbal realm only when essential. Exit with clarity. When ready to disengage, breathe deeply 3 times. Say mentally, I withdraw with light. Expand your field outward again. Leave unseen but not unnoticed. Application scenarios. In negotiations, you present calmly, listen actively, don't reveal your agenda. In crowds, you blend into the rhythm, no tension, no withdrawal. In digital spaces, you can scroll, browse, comment, without imprinting personal drama into your posts. In environments with unseen watchers, governmental, social, or psychic, camouflage ensures you remain untracked. Why camouflage is not escape. It's not disconnection. It's presence with discretion. You remain engaged enough to respond, but hidden enough to observe, and you retain full command. You are not erased. You are unguessed. Daily camouflage training. Mirror walks. Move through crowds or halls with soft posture. Phone mode. When taking calls, deepen your field inward. Passive observation. Sit in a cafe. Watch without reacting. Digital camouflage. Scroll time, not engagement time. Camouflage becomes a choice, not a reaction. Next, we'll reveal the ultimate protective field. 0-point presence. A frequency state where nothing can touch you, because nothing exists outside of it. You have raised shields. You have wielded clear yes and no. You have guided through diplomacy. You can now walk unseen in camouflage. Now comes the apex, 0-point presence. The deepest level of protection isn't active shielding. It's being the still point, where all potential disturbances collapse before they form, where nothing can land and nothing can enter. 0-point is not a frequency you build. It's where you align with field equilibrium, quantum stillness that moves with life, but isn't moved by it. This is the ultimate fortress of energy. What is 0-point? In quantum physics, it's the lowest possible energy state. No vibration, no movement, yet full of potential. In energetic terms, 0-point presence is absolute neutrality, unshakable equilibrium, presence that transcends polarity. You don't hold a shield around you. You become the stillness through which everything passes without imprinting. Properties of 0-point presence. Non-interaction field. Attacks pass through. Emotions wash over you. No impact occurs. Organic flow state. You act, but you're not reacting. You initiate but are not triggered. Adaptive resonance. The field naturally adjusts to match balance with any energy that contacts it. No defensive posturing. Simply the presence of stillness. Self-healing center. Disturbances dampen out instantly. Recovery is automatic. Activating 0-point. Ground into stillness. Sit. Breathe deeply. Relax. Scan for tension. As you breathe, let each exhale dissolve pressure into the earth. Expand into stillness. Imagine stillness expanding 3 feet beyond your skin. Imagine all movement stops there, but emptiness remains. Drop thought loop. Stop narrating. Let the stream of thought fade. Only presence remains. Anchor with intention. Think, I rest in 0-point. All movement happens through me. I remain still. I remain sovereign. Exist in simplicity. Let your physical body move. Let your breath flow. But inside, zero distortion. This is your center. Embodying 0-point in every moment. In chaos, you act clearly without reacting. In conversation, you speak from presence, not defense. In crisis, you become clarity field, not control field. In intimacy, you remain soft yet whole. 0-point is not absence of sensation. It is mastery of presence. ZP presence benefits. No attack can land. No drama sticks. You become radically unshakable. You move with grace through uncertainty. You inhabit time but are not bound by it. Disturbance occurs around you, not within you. Daily 0-point exercise. Sit or stand for 5 minutes. Breathe long, neutral breaths. Keep attention on stillness. Let thought drift. Return to stillness without force. When you can hold 0 in silence, you can call it in noise. Evolutionary impact. 0-point is not isolation. It's the energetic language of mastery. When you remain there, you no longer fight energy. You become the pivot field. All movement happens through your stability. This state, when lived, becomes your new awareness baseline. And from here, there is no defense. There is only presence. With 0-point concluded, you have completed the advanced training. You move unseen. You emanate neutrality. You hold absolute protection. You embody sovereignty beyond any energetic condition. You've become the still point. You move unseen. You hold sovereignty without shielding. You no longer fear intrusion because you are the field. Now it's time to direct the field. This chapter brings you into the realm of conscious command. How to use your voice and intention not as a wish, but as an instruction to quantum reality. Because protection is no longer about reaction. It's about authorship. Why voice and intention are the ultimate tools. Every sound you release is a wave. Every word carries structure. Every intention is an energetic pattern. In a quantum field, clarity becomes command. When your words are misaligned, your reality fragments. When your tone is uncertain, your frequency wobbles. But when you speak as your guardian self, the quantum listens. Step 1. Move from request to declaration. There is a vast difference between I hope I'm protected and I command that my field remains sovereign and sealed. The first leaks power. The second sets the tone of your timeline. To command is not to control. It is to speak alignment into form. Step 2. Speak from 0 point. Before commanding, enter neutrality. Breathe and drop into stillness. Release mental dialogue. Feel clarity in the solar plexus. Speak only when the words feel simple, direct, final. From here, your voice becomes quantum geometry. The field rearranges in response. Step 3. Declare specific field commands. Use these as examples, then evolve your own. All frequencies not aligned with sovereignty are now released. I recall all energy I have scattered across timelines, relationships, dimensions. I activate my guardian frequency fully now. I seal this home in light. No interference shall enter. This conversation shall remain clear, conscious, and sealed from projection. Always speak these aloud. Voice waves carry resonance far beyond the body. Step 4. Command before you enter any space. Before stepping into a building, a digital platform, a relationship dynamic, a psychic exchange, a new project. Pause. Speak. I enter as the field. I allow only resonance that matches truth, clarity, and conscious reciprocity. This prevents backflow, bleed-through, or hidden contracts. Step 5. Use intention to program moments. You don't need ritual every time. Small moments of intention injection reprogram space. Examples. Before sending a message, let this communication serve clarity and peace. Before a conversation, I remain whole, I transmit calm. Before a dream, only high-aligned frequencies may visit this night. These intentions thread sovereignty into every interaction. Step 6. Reprogram past commands. What you've said in the past echoes. If you once declared, "No one ever helps me. I'm always drained after groups. I attract chaos." You may be running old programs. To clear, speak. I rescind and delete all past declarations not aligned with my current truth. I now speak as one who authors their field. This is not denial. It's upgrade. Step 7. Build a personal command library. Create a set of 7 to 12 energetic commands you resonate with. Examples. I am unshakable in peace. Only love codes interface with me. My home is a sanctuary of clear flow. I am the author of my reality. My field speaks louder than words. Speak them daily. Your cells begin to harmonize. Your field responds with obedience. Step 8. Cleanse your words in all directions. Words you say to others also land in your own timeline. If you speak gossip, sarcasm, self-deprecation, energetic flattery, codependent caretaking, you distort the field. From now on, speak only what stabilizes. Speak only what uplifts. Speak only what instructs reality toward higher expression. Every word is a wand. Step 9. The language of authority is silence between words. Pause. Let your statements land. The more silence that follows a command, the deeper it embeds. Say it, then stop. The field adjusts in the stillness. You are now a conscious commander of energy. Protection is no longer your focus. Presence, authorship, and coherence are. And now comes your final integration, the chapter where this becomes life, not practice. Let's complete this journey with the new normal. You've completed the curriculum. You now clean your field as daily hygiene. Discern what is yours. Anchor energetic shields by will, not worry. Reflect instead of react. Cut contracts with clarity. Camouflage without hiding. Hold 0-point presence. Speak and command the quantum. Live with frequency-based boundaries. Feel safe in the unseen. This is no longer a skill set. It's a new operating system. Welcome to the new normal. In this world, you don't chase safety. Safety is no longer about who surrounds you, what room you're in, or how much you meditate. It's about your internal infrastructure. You know, what to allow, what to clear, when to pull back, when to declare. There's no need to fix what others carry, only to remain rooted in what you emit. In this world, your field speaks first. You don't need to explain yourself to every person. Your field introduces you. It says, this one knows who they are. This one is not available for nonsense. This one can hold joy, pain, contrast, and stay clear. You don't have to be loud. You only need to be consistent. In this world, resonance is your currency. You no longer chase outcomes. You track vibrational match. Jobs, relationships, projects, timelines. If they don't hum in alignment, they fall away. Not through drama, but through misfit. You are not afraid of loss because only the aligned remains. In this world, you cleanse daily without drama. Field hygiene is like brushing your teeth. It's not mystical. It's maintenance. You sweep the room, clean tech interference, speak alignment into your space, shake off lingering energies before sleep, laugh to reset, breathe to clear. The simple, it's sovereign. In this world, you deflect without fighting. Attacks don't land because there's nothing to attach to. Your clarity is too quiet for hooks. Your frequency too high for intrusion to anchor. Your soul too committed to distortion to play its game. You don't collapse. You don't convert. You observe. You continue. In this world, you are your own field guide. You stop outsourcing clarity. You stop Googling your intuition. You listen. You feel. You act. And when you don't know, you wait instead of react. Your field is now your most trusted authority. In this world, you protect without posture. You don't need dramatic rituals, psychic wars, endless shielding. You hold presence. You release interference as calmly as breath. You smile while shifting timelines. You are the anchor. You are the container. You are the command. And now this is life. This isn't the end of your training. This is your normal. No more turning back. No more waiting for permission. You are fully quantum protected in a multidimensional world where nothing enters you did not allow and nothing leaves you did not command. Close your eyes now. Feel your full body. Say it. I am clear. I am sovereign. I am safe. I am home in my field. You don't need another shield. You are the shield. You don't need another system. You are the system. You don't need another guide. You are the guide. And now, you live.